Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our coverage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. I'm your host. My name is Almira Skripchenko, and I am joined here every day by Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic.
Yeah,
Welcome,
thanks,
Alojzije.
Almira, for your introduction, and greetings to everyone who will follow today's round.
Alojzije, today the whole morning I had this song in my mind, just da-da-dum, da-da-dum.
Yeah, final countdown.
Yes, it's a final countdown. Our 3 final rounds are ahead of us, and actually we will go through the standings, the pairings with you, but I think that maybe how many, like 5 players actually are capable of winning this tournament.
Yeah, it won't be for the first time that someone wins like 2 games in a row or maybe even 3. So still we cannot conclude who will be out of the contestant as a I would say points gainer in this event, but yeah, for sure we will have an interesting round and let's say final moments of this event in the last 3 days.
Yes, Kateryna Lagno is our sole leader, but for the moment we will show you the traditional first move, which will be executed on 2 boards today. So right now on your screen you have Inna Bajenova, the patron of the Monaco Chess Federation and the sponsor of this event, and as well as the players of the Monaco basketball team. They're finally here.
Yeah, nice to see them, athletes, and yeah, I think that chess is I would say like it fits very well to like regime and routine of athletes. So I would be happy to see them starting playing if they don't, to get inspired through this event.
So women in black.
Yeah.
Joined by Jean-Michel Rapper, the president of Monaco Chess Federation, and Dana Reznice, FIDE deputy chair and technical delegate. So yes, I think that players, Jean-Michel, are going to be presented with the special polo, and the basketball players are presenting us with their sports shirts. So number 1, while Dana is explaining all the symbolics of our polo. So let's make this exchange. It will be interesting to see Jean-Michel in the shirt.
I would love to see that as well. Anyway, we were commentating a few days ago that a lot of famous basketball players are interested in chess. We mentioned Luka Doncic, Wembayama, and some others like Nikola Kalinic. There are many of them who like to follow and play chess a bit.
Yes, and I've read that a lot of athletes are introducing chess in their training routine. It helps them to focus. So I hope once again that it will help us to grow the game even more.
Yeah, I think that actually emphasized how some details are important and how all those top athletes are striving to get something, to get an advantage maybe somewhere. I know that many football coaches are now exchanging experience and knowledge, and chess fits as well as some strategical part. So I think in future we will see chess more in that direction. D4 was played, nice move. They're laughing, they're enjoying their time.
It was played on the board of our leader. Kateryna Lagno is playing with the black pieces against the women's challenger for the world title, Zhongyi. And Zhongyi, she won her first game, of course.
Let's just instruct our Etienne to change the camera, if it's possible, to go to Bibisara's game against Kosteniuk, because Inna is making a move.
Yes, her first move. Ceremonial move. Let's
see if we catch. Unfortunately not. It was a moment late, but
okay, it was made on the board of Alexandra Kosteniuk, who is playing with the white pieces against Bibisara Assaubayeva. So everything is still possible. Please tell us who are you supporting in this event, and thank you so much for joining us. The round just begun.
Yeah, d4, d4, e4, knight f3, and d4. So we have 3 d4s, 1 knight f3, and 1 e4. Maybe it's a moment that we have this multiple games view, mosaic. So you can follow the opening phase in
you have Charlize on your screens, and Nikki. Charlize, our press officer, Nikki, our photographer. They're doing a wonderful job. And our arbiters are also present on the crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, yes, we will get back to the studio in a few moments, and we will talk about the standings, the pairings, and everything you need to know about this event if you tune in only today. We will explain to you what is the format of the event, what are players fighting for, what are the stakes right now, and the pressure is rising.
Yeah, you mentioned this word stakes, and it reminds me always of that story when Bobby Fischer was negotiating with Tigran Petrosyan to make that to host what will be the host country of the finals of the candidates tournament, and Gligoric was acting as an intermediator, and they were on the phone call, and then there were 2 bids. One was Yugoslavia, but of course Gligoric was rooting for Yugoslavia, but he didn't want to push. Petrosyan was rooting for Yugoslavia because of time zone, and it was more convenient for him. And Bobby was rooting for Argentina, for America, and at some stage Bobby says stakes are good in Argentina, and then Gligoric translates, and Petrosyan said, okay, of course, I know you have like 500 grams, 750, they're really good, I also like to eat them, and so on, but this is not so important. And at some stage after 2 minutes, they realized that Bobby was thinking about financial conditions. Stakes are high in Argentina, but he said stakes are good in Argentina, and for a few minutes they were discussing combining food with financial elements. And then at some stage, actually that was the biggest argument, and the tournament or the finals happened in Buenos Aires, and Bobby actually crushed Petrosyan, and in the end won a world championship match in Reykjavik. But when you said stakes are high or stakes are good,
that's a
I like stakes.
That's a lovely story. Yeah. Thank you, Alojzije.
Okay,
it lightened our mood. I don't know, players are fully focused. So, Etienne, maybe we can get back to our studio right now. So we will talk a little bit about the pairings, of course, of this round. So it's the 7th round of Monaco Grand Prix. Let's have a look at the pairings, and then we will bring you also the standings. So Elisabeth Paehtz is playing with the white pieces against Alexandra Goryachkina. So if you don't know, Alexandra Goryachkina won a very, very nice ending yesterday. She practically tricked her opponent, a very experienced Indian player, Humpy Koneru. And she is trailing Kateryna Lagno, our leader, only by half a point after this victory. So it will be a very important game for both players, because Elisabeth Paehtz still didn't win a single game, and she's playing with the white pieces. So it's important for the morale, of the troops. Batkhuyag Munguntuul is facing Harika Dronavalli with the white pieces as well. So Batkhuyag, she's a surprise of this tournament. She was the tournament underdog.
Yeah, exactly. But with white pieces, she was really playing well right from the opening. So I believe that today Harika will first think how to equalize, and then if there will be some chance maybe to think about more. But first goal is to get an equal game. which is not an easy task in this event against Munguntuul.
So maybe let's greet our Mongolian supporters. I know that our broadcast is starting a bit late. It should be 10 p.m. already. But for those of you who are night owls and following us, well, we are glad that Batkhuyag is doing very well in this event, and she will score important Grand Prix points. Alexandra Kosteniuk is playing with the white pieces against Bibisara Assaubayeva. Okay, just a second. Yes, we will have the player's card a bit later. Here it is. So it's her second leg, and each player is playing in 3 events in the Grand Prix series. And she qualified to this event through the FIDE Grand Swiss. It's the strongest open event, I think, in the world, and that was quite a performance.
I would like to stress, to point out that actually Munguntuul is complete underdog, as you mentioned, with ratings. But the thing is also, she performed really bad in her first Grand Prix. I think it was in Shymkent. I think she played in Shymkent, not in Tbilisi, if I'm not mistaken. So her first Grand Prix was really disaster. She lost, I think, 5 games with the white pieces. So I believe that here combination of her previous, so first Grand Prix, which was maybe she got too excited and maybe some other issues. Here she's actually really showing a class. So I think that's confusing players a lot, because maybe prior to this tournament they were maybe targeting her as a player who can be attacked with even black pieces. But here, with her performance and everything, I think, as we mentioned, that she's a story of the tournament.
World Championship challenger Zhongyi had a disastrous start in this event, and she was happy probably to have this free day to recharge her batteries, because she bounced back today with a victory, her first victory in this tournament with the black pieces. And today she is playing against the leader of the event, Kateryna Lagno. She was playing very consistently. Wonderful performance. She's on +2, and she won, by the way. If you haven't seen this game, a spectacular game against Elisabeth Paehtz, and another game that she won was played in the first round. And as you remember, Alojzije, she beat Aleksandra Goryachkina with the white pieces, but it was sort of a positional masterpiece.
Yes, it was a very good game. And today I would say that this game between Zhongyi and Kateryna Lagno, I think Tan will try to take this game as a maybe serious test for her World Championship match, because you have a player who is leading the tournament, who wants to actually keep the lead, make a draw, let's say, for the beginning. And this will be something similar in the World Championship match against Zhu and Jun. So I believe that Zhongyi will try to use this opportunity as some kind of experience for her World Championship match.
And then we have Humpy Koneru facing with the white pieces, Sarasadat, Khademalsharieh. So Humpy lost against Alexandra Goryachkina yesterday, and I'm not sure it was easy for her to find some sleep, because she played very well till the very last moment, where she made a mistake on, I think, on the 40th move. Yes, just one move before reaching the time control, and transposed to sort of like losing endgame.
Yeah, but actually it was not so simple. When we tried to give her an advice, if you recall, Almira, it was actually tough to say where she made a crucial mistake, or where was actually the moment where she could have equalized completely, or maybe steer a game to a draw. to remind the viewers that we were concluding that from 0.65 is a steady and stable advantage for white. She managed to outplay Goryachkina, ending up in zeros, but still it was not easy to find a right way to completely level the position, or to, let's say, liquidate. And today they're playing, they both lost their games, so it will be also a psychological test.
And let's have a look at the standings. So now you will know everything about this round and the stakes, which are good. So Kateryna Lagno is leading the event with 4 points out of 6 games. It's a very solid performance. And as you can see, she has a few tough opponents left. So when you look at the standings, so the numbers which are left is 7, 8, and 9, which is Zhongyi, Humpy, Koneru, and Sarasadat, Khademalsharieh. Then you have 2 players chasing her, and they're trailing her only by half a point. Alexandra, Goryachkina, and the revelation of this event, Batkhuyag, Munguntuul. But then you have 4 players chasing them. So it's a very close pack with 3 points out of 6, only on 50%. But now we know that anything is still possible. Is Alexandra, Kosteniuk, Zhongyi, Humpy, Koneru, and Sarasadat, Khademalsharieh.
And you mentioned that Lagno needs to play against players on 7th, 8th, and 9th place, which means that in case that some of them win against her, they will catch her. So it's also interesting to see how the things will develop.
So we have a lot of direct pairings, direct encounters during this last 3 rounds. So please join us. We will analyze the games, tell you a lot of stories. And here we are.
Yeah, it's a moment maybe that first we go and check all the boards simultaneously, just to give you some insight about the strategy, and then we will check one by one. So let's have a multiple view. As I mentioned, today we are getting more d4 positions. So we have it in the game Goryachkina. But hang on, we already have a draw. So let's go with the camera. Paehtz against the Goryachkina, so they wanted to take a rest today. Can we check with the camera? That board is missing. Yes. Okay. Not uncommon. Of course, we all want to see tough games. We want to see actually complicated fights, but even in some top level tournaments, they were making repetition with Berlin endgame or queen d4, queen e4 Berlin. With this system where draw is an important result and it's not chaos system, it's not 3 points for the win, we can say that players, they have their own agenda. For Goryachkina being black, draw against Paehtz is not bad, while Elisabeth thinks that it's not Alexandra the one where to try to collect points.
The thing is, when we were playing the European Club Cup last year, where I was acting as a captain, as a player, during the last round, Nana Dzagnidze played exactly the same variation with Alexandra Goryachkina with white, and she forced the draw, because in this line black has to accept the repetition unless you want to play a different position or even a bit worse. And Alexandra didn't think for a long time, and she went for this line and made the draw. And I was surprised because we were playing against a team where they were giving up the white boards, seemingly, and we were left with 2 white boards where we could press. But finally, this was a very good strategy, and we lost the match because we overpushed the white pieces. But I don't think that Alexandra had a choice here if Elisabeth was repeating this line.
Yeah, just to say that sometimes you come to the board saying Your opponent, for example, is playing after d4. We can get analysis board just to explain a bit. I wanted to emphasize a few things. So if we can get the analysis board.
Etienne, can we get the analysis board?
So d4, for example, your opponent plays, let's say, e6 and then enters Nimzo-Indian. And also your opponents play semi-Slav, let's say. And then you can enter like anti-Moscow, Moscow stuff, g3 and so on. And your opponent plays also, Queen's Gambit declined and this semi-Tarrasch variation. And you come to the board saying, okay, I'm 24-20, my opponent is 25-46. If she plays Nimzo, I will play something sharp. If she plays Slav defense, I will play semi-Slav, I will play Moscow, anti-Moscow. If she plays semi-Tarrasch, what to do? I will make a draw. And then you come to the game and precisely that happens. And what to do? You have this strategy that you cannot prepare for all those lines. Maybe you burn like 2 hours, 3 hours of Nimzo-Indian, Slav defense. And at some stage you say, okay, I cannot find 27 plus players cannot find anything against semi-Tarrasch. I will make a draw, what to do. And suddenly it comes that moment and you feel that basically you are not prepared to try again. But that's a strategy, and as I said, players, they have their own agenda. Also, it's important what your opponent is doing. And sometimes, as I said, you have this strategy, what to do. I cannot prepare for everything. I will just steer a game to a draw, and that moment comes, and then people are screaming as a spectators, viewers, why you played this line, boring draw, and so on. But players, if you lose, no one will say, listen, big kudos for you, congratulations, you entertain us, you're a hero. No, they will say, you see, he or she is in a bad shape. So I would love to see a game. We are commentators, Almira. I think we can agree that we would like to see some interesting fight. But the problem is this system where in a round robin draw is not a bad result, especially with the black pieces.
I think you're absolutely right, because Elisabeth was fully prepared in case that Alexandra would be playing for a win with the black pieces. The thing is that Alexandra has a very classical education. So first, I already mentioned it, you need to equalize with black. And she's not the player, and she's a very good, for example, team player, because you know that she will almost never lose a game, but she will never go all in unless it's like the last round situation, which obliges you like to take enormous risks. Here she knows that she's playing with the white pieces tomorrow. She's only training Kateryna Lagno by half a point, but Kateryna is playing with the black pieces against Zhongyi in a game where, once again, 3 results are possible. So that explains her opening choice as well.
Yeah, and when I'm watching in hindsight or thinking in hindsight, for example, last 10 years, a lot of top players were attacked at some stage about making a dull, unexpected draw. But anyway, that lasts for 1-2 days, and players are thinking what to do. I will get maybe some criticism, but tomorrow is a new day, and this is my strategy. I'm a professional. I want to do what's best for myself. I don't have enough support, and so on and so on. So this is individual sport, and I'm on my own. As I said, I also understand players. I also understand spectators, commentators. I would love, but in general, we cannot condemn the tournament, because the tournament is fantastic in terms of fighting spirit.
Yes, and one last comment about this game. I just had a look at the pairings. Elisabeth is playing against Batkhuyag Munguntuul tomorrow. So maybe before the tournament, she had this strategy that she would concentrate even with the black pieces and try to beat her opponent. But this strategy, as you've said, might backfire, because Batkhuyag is doing very well.
Yeah, as I said, it's not just rating 23-31. It's also first Grand Prix, which was a disaster. And now we have like completely different player playing here. And it looks that, yeah, Batkhuyag, she doesn't have some weak spot, as maybe except black pieces, with the black pieces.
Let me check. I wanted to check one last thing. So, for example, the performance of Kateryna Lagno in this tournament is 25.87. She's, of course, doing very well. But then let's have a look at the performance of Batkhuyag. It's 25.63. So she's performing very well. And let's say the performance of Alexandra Goryachkina here is 25.68.
Very good. Let's check the next game. You mentioned Batkhuyag, so let's see how she's doing in the opening. It was Sicilian. Harika played nice c6, and then this Laburdonnais Kalashnikov. Yeah, Laburdonnais was an interesting player. d6 was played. That was actually my pet line at some stage. Actually, Igor Nataf, who was your co-commentator in few events, he was a specialist in this line. I would say that he sort of invented it, because at some stage 25 years ago he was the one only playing, and then I don't know, Bakro took it. Whom else was starting to play this line with knight b5, d6? Before
your
was
fellow commentator.
Yes, a6. This line was played, but d6 was a new idea with the point to avoid entering Sveshnikov or Lasker Sicilian. So the point was to postpone this knight f6, and now after knight a3, there are many versions. I was playing bishop e7. It's possible to play b5. I was actually not a big fan of this line, but it's possible to play it. And bishop e6 is a recent try, and after b5, knight f3, people are playing big g6. This is like the newest theory, and it's actually quite a viable line. But the problem is, actually that line helped me, because I think, Almira, if you master how to play against the weak square and a backward pawn, then later that knowledge helps you if you start playing like a little bit more main lines like Najdorf, like even some Taimanov. At some stage you learn how to deal with d5 square, and this can help you also in some other lines. And that's why actually I was at some stage surprised that, for example, a classical Sicilian Rouse and other, suddenly I have like improved version of my Laburdonnais and Kalashnikov, where I was trying to get a normal game.
And Batkhuyag is still thinking in this position, which is still highly theoretical. The only hesitation which a player might have here is where to develop your light square bishop. Should you put it on d3, or should you play g3 and bishop g2?
The problem is in this line that at some stage the best move would be to retreat the pawn to b7. But here black needs to play this way, and that's why this bishop has a role at some stage later, because white at some stage pushes a4, and this bishop gets a role, and also in case of jumping to d5. Motives are here to conquer the d5 square. Usually white is doing this with the c3 knight, being able to play c3 and to control the d4 square. Black is thinking about moving either fianchetto the bishop or move the bishop to e7, then knight to d7, and exchange the dark square bishops. Although this also doesn't guarantee that you will get an equal game, because d6 is a serious weakness, and always this a4 push at some stage provokes some weakening on the queen side. Motives are similar like Lasker Sicilian, but a little bit more, I would say, creative. White can, of course, push g3.
Yes, let me show you a small line, because after g3, you can play b4. So what are you supposed to do?
But I think there is a sacrifice.
Knight d4, bishop g2. So f5 is a natural move here. And in this position, well, okay, castle was tried and even g4 was tried. So there are a lot of possibilities. You can sacrifice the central pawn and play in a positional way, or you can try g4. But I think Batkhuyag, she will go for bishop d3.
I just want to add something, Almira, because my career is over. I'm not hiding anything. So just to say that, for example, e4, c5. First of all, after knight f3, the problem with knight c6, which is these days that bishop b5 or Solima is a main line. But also there is a problem that after knight f3, knight c6, if you go knight c3, and you want to play this same line, actually the problem is because players sometimes they don't know. And then after d6, d4, cd, knight d, e5, and we can now transpose the same thing if white goes this way, but white can go knight f5. And the point is now that black usually plays this move in one go and target the knight. So for example, here, if I play d4, knight d4, knight d4, e5, knight f5, d5 is coming in one go. So this is sometimes a trick how white players, they're ready to play this line. And then knight f5 is it's a very good move. Actually, it's not easy. Maybe black can hold, but it's quite unpleasant. So there is a separate line which is coming with e5. But then there is this bishop c4 stuff, and we know this this line. Although Magnus was playing this a lot, I don't know, bishop e7, castles, knight f6. I would love to go knight f6 first, but then knight g5 is coming, so that's why I need to go first bishop e7, knight f6, and now you have this these lines with d3, d6, I don't know, and then f4. For example, this is known. Also, there is an option that white starts to maneuver her knight, for example, d3, knight d1, knight d2, knight f1. But also there is a way that you play knight c3. When you sense that your opponent is playing Labordone and Kalashnikov, you play knight c3. On knight c6, you go knight e2. And now e5 is even worse version, because knight is not an f3. White can go knight g3, or to land on d5 already and come to c3. So now e5 is not a great move, and if you go d6, then d4, and again we are in this. And then I was trying to figure it out, maybe some lines, sidelines, and my last try was knight d4. But that's actually how I was planning some stuff. So here, if I would knew that my opponent plays Kalashnikov, I would think about those sidelines. Okay, but the game went this way. And first of all, c4 can be a really tricky move where white is gaining a special advantage. Then also black needs to know how to react. Nataf was playing lines with f5, but it's not easy to play that. Okay, so what happened here? g3 was... she's thinking. She's thinking.
That's the first critical moment.
So bishop d3, I think, was played. g3 was played. Knight d5.
Knight d5, yes, of course. No, knight e d5. So, and there was one move which puzzled me a bit, but which looks very natural. So let's see if it was played. No, it was played by players quite a while ago. Just a3 to avoid prophylactic move. Yes, but during the recent games, yes, I haven't seen something else. Bishop d3, of course, is the main move, protecting the pawn on e4 and castling next.
Yeah, I know that sometimes it's tricky for our viewers who are not an experienced title players to understand that sometimes pawn push, because it's natural to take some space to be active, that this pawn push is actually a weakness for black. Because the point is that at some stage this a4 move destroys this queen side, while if the pawn was on b7, then all this concept is not there, and you can be a little bit more stable. So at some stage, this b5 can be tricky. That's why they are preparing with rook b8, sometimes even pushing b4, a5. But these are the problems. And for example, there are sometimes some tricks. Let's say bishop d3, knight d5. Let's say that I just develop, and some stage white pushes a3, and good.
If white doesn't double. I think that black is
happy with the black piece, because this is typical Sicilian fight where white is having a majority on the queen side and black is trying to push in the center. So I would be happy with.
Yes, we have this powerful center.
Pieces.
White can play can play c4, for example, and stop the d5 push, but then black can play knight c6 and knight d4.
Yeah, or maybe a5 immediately.
A5
I will
as
start
well,
with
and knight
a5.
c6 and knight d4.
I don't believe that this is something for white. Okay, maybe it's a moment that we switch to another game. I would like to check Kosteniuk against Assaubayeva because they're playing my pet King's Indian. I was doing this with white and black.
By the way, one last piece of information, of course. Lifetime score equal. Both won like one game with classical games, so they didn't play a lot of games, and their first game occurred at the World Under-20 Championship. So they know each other for a while.
Munguntuul once again with this habit to writing moves twice.
Bishop d3, I was right.
Yes. Writing move twice, so I don't believe that this is an issue now with the score sheet. She just has this habit.
Superstition?
Yeah, I don't know that she writes a move also below on the copy.
Do you have any kind of superstition while
actually I was having that when I was young, but then I abandoned it completely, and I spoke with many athletes. They were like doing the same. In some part of your career it was present, but then you just get rid of it, and actually this feeling is quite nice because at some stage it really like burns your mind. I'm using this pen. I was sitting on this side, and I was wearing that. I was speaking with arbiter at that moment, and so it really starts to make like a mind game. But there was a famous story how Goran Ivanišević won a Wimbledon tournament. He was so superstitious. For the whole tournament, he was doing the same. He won this is I think the biggest upset because he was ranked 124th in the world, so he prime has passed before he was playing in finals against Sampras, but then he got just a wild card, and he was thinking that there is no chance that he do anything there. And the point is so he needed to park at the same place, and once he comes in front of the stadium and there is a car. And so they were, I don't know, trying to find a way to move it because there was a tree, and he was parking all days car like behind the tree. Also, there were stories that he was going to in the toilet at the same place, and he comes and there is a person there, and he's waiting, and then person sees him and thinks that he's completely crazy while he's waiting because there are some other frees which are free. So many stories. Yeah, and he was interesting person as some journalist and Jankovic coach for a few years. So I guess people know Goran.
But I think this is what makes all those stories interesting. You know, you have a person, and this is a life full of sacrifices, and sometimes, you know, just one small element can help you to go through the day.
I think that here players more are like fond of routines. So they come to the tournament, they set up some regime and routine. So I go for a walk, I'm eating at that time breakfast, lunch, and I think that it's important for them to stick to the routine. If they like food, they eat the same food, and so on, going to the same restaurant. So I think it's more like you don't have much time because you need to rest, you need to play games, you need to prepare, and you want to find some
You need to eat.
Exactly, you want to find something where you're comfortable. So I think for them it's important to set up some routine. Actually, that was concept of Botvinnik, some others as well. I know that there were like a big discussion when to eat before the game, what to eat. Kasparov was eating steaks right before the game, thinking that in the opening phase I'm fine, I need an energy later. Some of them were skipping lunch, coming late to breakfast. So I think this routine and they like, and usually when you get some report after the tournament, commentary of some top player, he will say or she will say, we were going to this restaurant every day, same restaurant, and so on.
Yes, and what I've noticed, of course, I've been there myself, it's like just another day in the office, but it's very important, almost for everyone, especially for the chess players, to have a walk, after the game, like just to be able to oxygenate your brain and then to forget a little bit about the stress of the game and start preparing for the next one. By the way, the opening we were talking about is taking the course that we predicted. So G6 was played by Harika, and we will follow this game.
The only thing, once again, and it was the case in the game against Lagno, is that even if you surprised your opponent in this kind of position, I would say that every player on a level 2300 plus has some experience in those structures, so she will know how to navigate at least for a bit. So it's not something where, as I mentioned, where if your opponent goes wrong, that immediately you will have like a free ride. So here Harika is comfortable, she's ahead on clock, but I think that when white starts to make some moves, it will come naturally. So she can play knight d5, castle, push a4, c3. So I don't believe that this surprising weapon will just pay off immediately.
Throw her off, yes.
Yeah. So it's a normal position, but it's not something where white can just lose a game because she doesn't know the theory. Okay, let's check the next one. We have King's Indian, which came.
Let's have a look.
Through knight f3, knight f6, e4. Typical setup, as we mentioned, which has a role to avoid Greenfield. Everyone knows those books, Halifman's book, openings according to Kramnik. This was discussed. Precisely this move order to avoid Greenfield, or let's say that to play this English style Greenfield where when pawn is not on d4, you can play d3, you can play h4, you can play e3, so many stuff. Here bishop g7, King's Indian, classical line. I was playing this a lot with white, black pieces. So knight c4, knight c6 Mar del Plata variation. Previously, I would say last Mohican, last game which was on a top level was Nakamura winning against Anand. I think it was London Classic, maybe 12 years ago or something like that. But basically you don't see players playing this Mar del Plata variation anymore. I even wrote an article for New in Chess about this casual line, knight d3, bishop d2.
Can we have like a closer look at both players, Alojzije, while you're explaining the subtleties of the King's Indian? What is surprising is that Alexandra is playing with white the King's Indian against the King's Indian of Bibisara Assaubayeva, and this doesn't happen very often, so they're targeting her opening. Let's have, yes, you can have the players and the board.
So here knight d7 or knight, okay, there's many ways. Some players are playing knight d7 and then e5 to avoid d takes e5. We will get the board, I think, analysis board as well, so I will try to explain. Yeah, so after e5 it's possible to exchange and take on d8. So some players with the black pieces were not so happy to enter this line, and they were playing first knight d7 or knight a6. Yeah, and also it's possible to play with c6, but let's say that e5 you play if you are not happy with the with the exchange variation, castles. And now there is possibility, as I mentioned, knight c6 Mar del Plata variation, e takes d4, which is also interesting line, played a lot these days, although I prefer white. For example, there was a game Cheparino against Chigaev in the recent European Individual Championship in Montenegro in November. Chigaev came super prepared. You can check that game, and of course Cheparinov is also very known in his theory erudition. So c6 was actually my move at some stage. I analyzed this together with Kožul. Kožul is an expert in knight d7, but knight a6 is a line played by Topalov, by even Nakamura, Movsesyan, Sergei, for example, he was playing this a lot, and many others. And now there are several ways to play. Bishop e3 is the main line, where you can go c6, knight g4 as a main line, queen e7, allowing some stuff like knight d5 even, queen e8, also a lot of things. Rook e1 is possible, then bishop g4 move, so many lines, bishop e3 now, and a lot of things. d5 is possible.
But maybe we should also mention why black plays knight a6, because against the classical follow-up d5.
Yeah, then knight goes to c5, but this was also played.
Let's say knight d2.
Petrosian variation, knight d2 or queen c2, always a5. Then white plays bishop g5. h6 is a useful move, bishop h4, there is g5, knight h5, but also it's possible to play knight d2 now. Many moves.
By the way, Alojzije, you mentioned, as usual, so many strong players, but the variation that Alexandra played, which started with d takes e5, d takes e5.
It was played by Belyavsky, for example, I know this. But he was playing queen d8. Belyavsky was playing, he was changing the queen, so instead of queen c2, at some stage queen d8 was played, and it was played.
Of course, a few times.
By many players, I think. You will find many. I think for, okay, maybe against in c6 line, but Sarana, Bu, yeah, a lot of strong players. So queen c2.
No, what I wanted to make a joke that after queen c2, c6, not c6, what was played?
Yeah, c6
was played in the game. Then knight e5 was tried. And then after knight c5, I found a game played between two very strong players, which are called Stockfish and LC0.
Yeah.
And it was played at the chess.com finals. So between those very strong programs. Okay, now both players are missing. And by the way, we have the Indian flag right in front of us, and our chairs in the tournament hall, they're missing, the green color.
Always your eye for details.
So what happened?
Instead of c6 is also, if I'm not mistaken, possible to play something else. I'm trying to recall. Is queen e8 a move?
You mean instead of
c6? I think there were some different setups, and who knows, maybe it will happen that you will have Jankovic with black if you go with instead of queen e8. Here, if you play if you put the rating of black, maybe you can find me somewhere.
Let me see.
This is typical at some stage. No, here. Okay, good. But sometimes this happens.
They played c6, I think. Let me check if he did. No, he played queen
e8 was something I recall.
And then after rook d1, because you protect the pawn on e5, rook d1, and black played bishop g4.
This is a normal setup. This is a normal setup for black. So here c6 was a pawn sacrifice. Knight takes e5, which actually I'm not familiar with.
So knight c5, once again, yes, we are following the game played between two very strong chess engines. And after knight c5, Stockfish played bishop e3, where Alexandra went for f4. So the engine...
No, bishop e3 was played.
Bishop e3? Yeah. Oh, sorry. So then
bishop e3, queen e7.
Then they continue... they're still within the preparation. f4 was played also in that game. I saw that Alexandra started with f4, so... And now knight f e4 was played.
Takes, and f6. I've seen this line somewhere. And then g4, f5. I think that this...
No, g4.
And f5 after
f takes c5, e5, yes.
Exactly, I saw this line somewhere.
And what is the evaluation of this position?
I would be afraid of this position.
Now, because this game was played 4 years ago, so I thought that...
So my question would be
some improvement.
Is there any way that I don't take on e4? Because I think it's harder for white to play that position if black doesn't liquidate immediately. Let's say that I play some move like a5. Okay, so bishop f or rook e8 maybe. But okay, anyway, I cannot break through. So I'm thinking about playing some move like... Is there any way that I can postpone taking on e4? Sometimes knight h5 is a move, but not in this position, I guess. So bishop h5. So how should I play instead of taking on e4? Is there any way, Almira? Probably not.
I guess I'm looking at this position. The thing is, sometimes you want to play knight g4, but here you don't even have this move because the knight on e5 controls all the squares.
Sometimes it's even a g5 move, but here, except taking on e4, I don't see, because any of those moves is in white's favor. So if
let's have a look at
whatever
this
I
line.
do, okay, I would consider this move.
But you should take?
Take, bishop takes.
Bishop f3.
Or maybe you can even go e5, but then I go bishop f5. Bishop f3, bishop f5, I was thinking. But queen f2 just not working. So I don't see anything besides...
Maybe we should show this line till the end, because after queen f2 you have, if you take on e4, bishop c5. No, just let's show it.
Yes.
Take on e4.
Or you take with the knight. I take, and bishop c5. So I'm trying to find a way to postpone taking on e4, but I don't see it.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. I think that Alexandra spotted during her preparation that she can narrow down to this line. And maybe they improved somewhere along the way, because this line is completely forced. So let's take on e4. Let's check it.
Yeah.
Once again. We'll take on e4. Queen e4, f6. Meaning the piece back, but g4 was played in the game. Take on e5 and f5. So how can she improve here with black? After f5, g takes was played. King h8. And I agree with you, this position looks very dangerous for black. It might not be according to the rational evaluation, but rook f3 was played. But you have maybe some other options here. What do you think?
I will try to launch an attack, and some stage maybe even to sacrifice. So if I start with bishop d3, you will play bishop f6. So maybe I should move my king as well. And then maybe I should double over g file later. But how? Okay, when you play bishop f6, then I can move my rook to g file.
I think that you need to play rook f3 also to protect the pawn on f5 in some variations. Maybe that's why the engine has chosen this line. Can you try c5? Because I can see that in the game it was played rook f3, c5. And what if white plays c5? Yes.
Black plays c5.
Yes, so maybe white can start by playing c5. So if black wants to play c5, so let's play c5 ourselves. What do you think? What can you do here? So that might be an improvement.
To penetrate, to place the rook on d6, I understand. This is something very appealing for white.
If I wouldn't know that Bibisara is playing chess, I would think that she's a Hollywood actress. I think that you agree with me. She looks like Zendaya.
So, we will see what will happen. We will leave you for a second.
Yes.
So, we have a small celebration in the studio. If I'm not mistaken, Jean-Michel is having a birthday, no?
Not yet, but he will turn 60 on the 16th of March. So maybe this
preparations are underway.
This is maybe the prologue, like in Wagner's opera.
Okay.
I was telling you about.
Okay, so let's maybe stroll around the playing hall with the camera, so you can see a little bit more the atmosphere. Our dear technician Etienne is ready.
Oh, this is a cool picture.
Yes.
You know? While the players are still in their games, they are watching.
Not when the train leaves or which gate is their plane getting off, but maybe we can also show to viewers with the camera that we have in the playing hall all the games covered. So this is sometimes the way, which actually is interesting, maybe philosophically. So you have 3D and 2D, and some players are more fond of checking games 2D on the screen instead of seeing them 3D just in front of them.
Do we have a move?
No, F4 was played. We analyzed this and probably now you could see. Okay, I was thinking that Stefan is maybe the point of interest, but no, we have all those live games on the screen, and it's cool to follow. So Almira, 2D versus 3D in terms of your interest for chess. Do you like to have a board in front of you, or you are maybe more interested or connected with the screen?
No. truly believe that our brain perceives the information in a different way. So I always train over the board. Of course, you cannot repeat all the analysis on the board, so you have to go through the lines, but I solve problems on the board. I repeat the main lines over the board, and I think that recent studies, they prove that even when you learn, on the computer, our brain still perceives it as virtual. So it's very important, I think, that especially for kids,
touch the pieces,
to touch the pieces, to feel the piece, and also like to play with the board games. Very often, friends of mine, they come and they ask for an advice, and they think, okay, my kid, he always trains on the computer, solves problems, everything's he's doing fine, but he's never played a game in his life. So, and when he comes to a tournament, he's a bit lost. So I think that it's important, yes, to develop those skills while using the chessboard, real pieces, and
with which I have an issue. For example, when I'm playing over the board chess 3D in a blitz, I make a move when I'm really long time. I make a move, press a clock, just check my situation of the clock, and immediately opponents, because they're just next to each other, and then I can return back to the board. But when I'm doing online, somehow I cannot catch both situation on the clock simultaneously. I'm struggling with my focus, and for me it was like a natural, because I played so many blitz games over the board, and so many moves were making. So actually I got used to have a control on the clock.
Yes, but maybe we are oldies.
Don't say it. Okay.
Goodies, but oldies.
Okay. Goodies, but oldies. So 94 we have in Assaubayeva. The move was made. Maybe we can zoom them a bit more, because now I expect that Alexandra blitz a bit. Okay. Etienne, I guess, will zoom the situation. Maybe this angle actually doesn't help. Okay. Here we could see that queen took on e4, f6 was played. She's left-handed, and I think also who is also left-handed? Alexandra?
No, not in this event. I'm not sure.
You're sure that she's not playing with left hand and writing with right?
Oh.
Kosteniuk?
No,
she's right-handed.
No, she's right-handed. No, of course, I've been trying to.
Okay, sorry. You know better.
Yes. But I'm actually waiting for the improvement. I'm pretty sure that Alexandra has some novelty in store. Let's wait for this moment, and then we will switch to the game between Humpy Koneru.
Yeah, but I would love to stay Tan against Lagno, since this is also King's Indian, and it's sort of similar. We have this structure and that structure, so let's just recheck what has happened. Knight f3, g6, g3. Just to say that this move order, why black played this move order, this d6 actually, this the move order I'm playing. The thing is, if white goes knight c3, then there is e5 line, and there are some players who instantly play knight f3, and with this move order, for example, black avoided some King's Indian. Maybe she's not ready to play. For example, let's say that black doesn't want to bother with bishop d3 knight e2 variation, so that's why she plays this move order. Her opponent plays knight f3, and there are some players who immediately react on d6 with knight f3, and actually you narrowed your opponent's repertoire, and you then play King's Indian. So they switched to fianchetto, and this a5 was played in many days. For example, bishop f5 was played by Caruana, and now these days a5 you can play in many lines. So the point is to play something which is not a main line, but still it fits into King's Indian strategy, and a5 is move which fits in that. Also bishop f5. Now after knight h4, black can retreat, which is usually the case, but also play something else. h3 was played, and now we have this line, for example, with bishop f5. Let's say c6 castles bishop f5. This is one of the lines which was played a lot, and then white plays either knight e1, bishop f3, this kind of setup. But also it's possible to play something else. Let's say after bishop f5, h3 or b3, then black jumps to e4. So we have a similar position where there is no c6 move, which can be some upgrade. Usually knight is on c6, and then white plays this knight d5 in combination with b3. But here it was played in a different move board.
Alojzije, from what I can see, of course, it was played on the high level by Anish Giri earlier, but there are a lot of games played recently by Daniel Dubov, so he is the latest advocate of this move, a5. a5, and after castle.
Bishop f5.
Yes.
And I think h3 is not the main move.
Yes, h3 is not the main move. Of course, knight h4, knight e1.
And on knight h4, he played bishop c8 or bishop e6?
No, bishop c8.
Yeah, that was played.
So, but let's have a look.
Just to add, sorry, that in this line, after bishop f5, knight h4, black must retreat to c8, while in combination with a5, castles bishop f5, knight h4, black can play bishop e6, because if you take, there is rook a7. So this is like a slight difference compared to bishop f5 immediately. Okay, so...
No, what I wanted to show that I really like what Vincent Keimer played. He played knight e1 in this position, and white simply wants to play e4.
Yeah.
So how should black play here?
Usually queen c8. I would play this position, and I think it looks better for white. In long term, I'm always giving this advice to my students that exchanging opponent's fianchetto bishop and staying with the queen out of, let's say, 8 out of 10 is good decision. So long term, black will have some compensation, even if white has some space advantage, because when you exchange this fianchetto bishop, long term white king is a bit weak. So I would take this
because also I've seen that Laurent Fressinet played after knight e1, knight c6. It was an interesting try here. E4.
This is the guy that doesn't know theory, right? No, I'm joking. He knows everything. So if he played knight c6, yes. I believe him.
Daniel Dubov as well. Yes,
I believe them.
And both of them were part of the team that prepared Magnus Carlsen. So knight c6, e4, and bishop g7.
Yeah. And now we have... Okay, this is tricky. It can be really tempting, but I like this approach with black.
But then what I was thinking, what if, because it was never tried, Keimer played here knight c2, e5, can you play f4 here? Or this can backfire?
Immediately. Yeah, e5, I think. e5
so
would be played.
You have to pay...
And then knight comes to d4. I think that black is doing very well there. When knight jumps to d4, it's same-ish style or kings in their classical style. When knight jumps to d4, usually black is more than 5.
I think that it's important to ask yourself those questions
of
when
course,
you're preparing to play this position. So what if white grabs...
I want to say that this knight e1 idea is not so connected with the f4. It's connected with this setup I mentioned, with this idea that after black plays this, you place your pawn on f3 and you are not so unhappy. Or let's say that you're preparing, you're shutting your bishop, you're preparing for the exchange, and then to play some Marozzi style position and to call the center. So f4, your question is of course a reasonable one, which it's really tempting to take even more space. But I think in this particular position where black is having fianchetto, that f4 looks a little bit more better than it is in practice, because you don't have this follow-up for attack. h3 was played.
So now you know everything. h3 was not played before. It's one of the latest tries, I think. Maybe avoiding your idea. Queen c8, king h2.
Yes. I think this is the idea. You're right, Almira. But here, after knight e4 was played, right? Sometimes, for example, let's say that I play b3, you take, you go this. Now that white doesn't want to play this thing. This is obvious because then black succeeded. So usually white is preparing something. Let's say that I'm trying to prepare. White is preparing to move the knight without exchanging, and usually white is doing, I will now make some random moves. White is doing this way because white is saying that if you exchange, then I will get f4 and I will have two bishops. And if you wait, then I have this knight g5 move, or even, I don't know, knight h4 and then f3. And here, when you make this h3 move, I think that you deprive yourself of that possibility. Now I think that knight e4 actually is an improved version for black, because in this scenario, f3 will never be on the menu since g3 pawn will be very weak. And I think here black a5 it fits into the system. So I believe that knight d5 is nice, sort of strategically forced. This is how I see it.
But I like how Kateryna reacted. First of all, she played knight d4 and then c6.
And came back. And now if we compare to some regular position, knight is on c3. Okay, black knight is on f6. But is really knight e3 having a promising future?
Oh, especially the knight on the e4 cements the position. I will always play knight d7, knight f6 if needed. So what did she play?
Queen d3 now played. Okay, in those setups, f5, it's not a regular reaction, and that's why maybe Kateryna was not ready to play it, because basically you want to push e5 and maybe d5. So f5 is more like Dutch defense style. But maybe here f5 was also a possibility. I would think about d5. But she played knight f6 back, which is also a normal move. b3, e5. I like it. I like the way how she played.
She exploiting the queen on this 3.
She has like a splendid position. And now it's a matter of some kind of style, character. I think even you play like knight d7, your position is very good because
knight d6, 5 before.
And later you will push. But also if you are a player who wants to clarify things, then probably this also it's super normal move.
Because you don't have knight d2.
I think rook d1 is a trick.
And then maybe, no? Or you want to play knight d7. I don't like this. I think if you're forced to play rook e8, unless you have something better, then this one...
You can start with this way, because you cannot take, because a takes f3 intermezzo. So you need to move the bishop where? This. And let's say this kind of position.
But knight fd7, it is a nice tactical type. I think that's how you can
awesome position. Awesome position. So if I would be black, I would check first like 5 minutes, is something wrong with knight f to d7, or maybe even something else. Okay, I cannot play knight d7 because this one is hanging, so I need to play knight f d7, and then I will start digging e4, and if I get into this position, we just got it, after knight f d7, I will go for e4.
To be honest, I would leave the queens on the board. For example, I always love to play those positions with the queens. Knight fd7 position is still very complicated, and the queen on g3 is very misplaced. So especially when you will play f5, e4, queen has to go. Knight a6, knight c5. I would play knight fd7 here.
I would maybe now stop with this game, just to update our viewers that in Munguntuul against Harika we have a normal position. They just castled. Here you said that maybe Alexandra has something up her sleeve, but then this b4 is an really interesting move, because if you take, you're dropping the exchange, and you cannot play b6 because...
So here's the novelty.
Yeah, this b4 is the move, and now it's black's turn to find something. Bishop f5 is probably the move. Queen f3 takes, and now exchange some. Now sacrifice somehow the exchange, trying to get some counterplay. But probably she was digging this very deep.
No, but here you can win it back. Can you play queen somewhere and then
Queen
e4?
f7, you take
E4.
e4, queen e3.
So take on a1.
Take on a1, and we will be in that kind of position, let's say. And I cannot take with the rook, maybe because this one is hanging, so I need to take with the queen.
Okay, targets in the
b4.
And oh, by the way, you can maybe play g4 here. I'm not sure.
G4, bishop e6.
So queen e4.
Queen e4.
Then rook e8 maybe.
Yeah.
This can backfire.
Yeah. No need. I think the point is to stay. Okay, I don't know, some kind of position. Maybe now rook b1 or. It's hard to say. Maybe g4 should be prolonged. But very interesting position. And I think we should go to the last game. We mentioned Humpy against Khademalsharieh, Sarasadat.
By the way, yes, of course. So very important. Zhongyi against Kateryna Lagno, their personal score is level, so it's +4. Each player won 4 classical games, but what is very important that Zhongyi won their two last encounters, and especially in the Grand Prix in Shymkent. So she was on a streak, on a winning streak. Let's see if she will be able to confirm this, or if Kateryna will be able to maintain her lead.
E4 played in Lagno in that game,
yes.
So we have this position now, and it seems to me that she's doing great. Let's check the last game. So Humpy played d4, knight f6, bishop g5, a sideline.
Okay, what an interesting try once
these days everyone is playing everything, so it's not like complete surprise. Knight d2, h6. Okay, they transpose to this queen's gambit, dc. I like the way how Sarah played, and now she castles because of rook c7, knight c6, and the rook will be trapped.
Rook c1. By the way, Alexandra Goryachkina was playing this line for white quite a few times, and in his recent game he played e3 here. He didn't play rook c1. Just so e3, and he wants to take on c4 with the bishop, I suppose. So after castle, knight gf3. So rook c1 is a bit unusual. Only he plays rook c1 only in a few moves. He postpones it. So let's figure out. Maybe rook c1 was a small inaccuracy, or Humpy prepared.
Rook c1, main move according to the engine. D takes c4.
So then
D takes c4, rook c4, bishop e7 looks like the best line. Castle, e3, knight c6. I don't like that move, because usually knight c6 is making your life harder with the c-pawn, but she was probably unhappy with other possibilities, so she was not ready to play knight d7. Here there is tactics which is not easy to spot, and then knight b4 is coming when rook c2. Maybe this is not easy to spot.
There are a few lines in the Queen's Gambit where you sacrifice the pawn and c7 for the initiative. So
I don't like knight c6 in general, because long term you can only play for e5, and if your opponent stops it, like is the case here, the knight feels clumsy on c6. And if you will now start losing some time, then white has long-term more, I would say, useful moves.
Yes, no, your bishop is stuck on c8 for the moment. And normally, when you have the knight on c6, you need the bishop on g6, and you have to play e5. Yes, of course.
Other way would be to move the knight and then
b6
later somehow, yeah, but
maybe she wants to play a bit like in Grunfeld, yes, knight a5 and b6. Can you do this here?
Okay, but maybe now she will. Okay, I cannot take because
maybe
you shot.
Yes, I can use the same.
Okay, rook c2, and then you play bishop d7.
Bishop d7, bishop c6, or maybe b6, b6.
Anyway, you play all those moves I just developed, let's say. You play all those moves, and still, even if you play c5, I'll come with the rook first to d1, and I will be the first one to put pressure. I think that position is not good for Sara, and also clock situation says that she's not feeling pleasant.
Yes, both players have lost their games yesterday. Both played very long games, and it's important for them, to seize this moment and to improve their situation, of course, in the tournament, especially if you want to stay in the race. Yes, this is one thing that we haven't shown yet. Maybe we can show the format of the event to remind our viewers so that this is still a race, and this is what is exciting about this, because the journey to the World Championship match is filled with different tournaments. So you can qualify to the candidates tournaments through the FIDE Grand Prix series, but only 2 top players will qualify for the women's candidates tournaments for the best overall result. This is the 3rd leg of the series organized in Monaco. We're live from Novotel Monte Carlo. And you have 3 other stages planned in Cyprus, India, in Austria. The next tournament, by the way, Alojzije, will start barely 2 weeks after the end of this one. And Lei Tingji, who hasn't played any tournament yet, will make her Grand Prix debut in this series. The Alexandra Goryachkina will play again, joined by Muzichuk sisters. Then Nana Jagnidze, Divya Didmuk, who didn't play. Stavrola Tsolakidou, who had a wild card, and Olga Badelka, who replaced Regina Pokorna. Elisabeth Paehtz will play again, and Harika Dronavalli will play her 2nd event in this series. So let's remind you of the standings.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, you mentioned that in 2 weeks we will have another tournament. I think it's good that you have this hype around, and after Cyprus, 2 weeks, a little bit more, 3 weeks, we will have India, and then same thing, Austria. So it's nice to have the series going, and each month you have something.
And it's physically very demanding. So here are the standings. Bibisara Assaubayeva is leading after the first 2 events, but this is her last event, so she needs to score as many points as she can. Tsolakidou Stavrola played very well as well in the first Grand Prix in Georgia and then in Kazakhstan. So Alina Kashlinskaya played only 1 event, so her result is not going to be taken into account. And Alexandra Goryachkina scored 130 points for the win in Shymkent. And that's how many points you get for the victory when it's not shared.
Yeah, maybe after this tournament, but I would love to see also how Lei will perform. So let's say after Cyprus, we will have a little bit more clear picture.
Yes, here are the prizes. By the way, of course, it's important that the conditions are improving for the professional players. You get 18,000 for the first place in each tournament, and the total prize fund for each event is $80,000. But you also have bonuses for the series, and the first place in the series get an extra $30,000. So the total prize fund of the series is $600,000. Alojzije, not bad.
Yeah, but I'm the one always trying to I don't know, to see players even getting more, because as we were mentioning here, they are investing a lot, and it's also not a career after, let's say, being 10 years on top, maybe not the world champion, but let's say like 15, 20 in the world, you're far away of, I don't know, like making your life after your career easy. So I would love to see in future that this even increases.
And by the way, today I also read that the Grand Swiss 2025 is scheduled in Samarkand in September. This is another qualification path toward the candidates tournament. So 2 players will qualify from the men's and the ladies event. The prize fund was increased as well. So FIDE is doing a lot of efforts in order to secure sponsors, and we have a lot of sponsors for this event as well. Let's have a look.
We are having
a small
presentation.
Small technical
PowerPoint presentation.
Problem. So here are the sponsors of this event. Paehtz, of course, FIDE, la Fédération monégasque des échecs, so the Monaco Chess Federation, la Société de Bande-Mère, who is our long-time partner, supporting our team in the European Club Cup as well.
And just to say to viewers that they're like director and the main person in that organization came to the opening ceremony, which was also like showing respect to this event.
And players are staying in the hotel, in the beautiful Hotel Hermitage. And our live broadcast is taking place every day from Novotel Monte Carlo. If you have a chance and visit us, please don't hesitate. But maybe it's the moment where we can take a small break, and
maybe we can just go back to the games and make some conclusion.
Maybe to have an overview.
With our prediction what will happen in the games. So let's have a mosaic on multiple view.
1 second. This court is empty. It's a bit like at Roland Garros, there's so many courts.
Yes, exactly.
But this one, the match has just ended. So here we are.
Okay, so as we mentioned, Paehtz Goryachkina was drawn in Munguntuul against Harika. Interesting move, B4 was played. And
what do you think about this move?
Actually, it has some sense because because Black was trying to prepare an action you mentioned on queen side or king side with f5. She moved the knight and
transfer the knight to c5.
Yeah, and White is stopping this, and White is preparing this this play on the queen side. And as I mentioned, this pawn on b5 can be a target since after a4 Black needs to react. In Kosteniuk against Assaubayeva, this b4 top novelty was launched. I know that in former chess informants you would get a novelty mark.
2 exclamations.
And then you have like top novelty which is changing the settlement of position. And as some kind of young player, we can touch this topic later a little bit, Almira. I was so excited, for example, that even my game was mentioned, but even if I lost the game, I was on the worst side. But when someone praised your game, that you played something very well, and then in a chessy format, which was coming 4 times a year, and then you could see that your name is also included. That was something. So I believe that this b4 of Alexandra Kosteniuk would be praised, or maybe at least touched in opening.
But so b4 was
survey.
played on the second board. So b4 is played also on the third board. What do we have in the game between Zhongyi and Kateryna Lagno?
Kateryna Lagno missed this knight d7. Rook e8 is a normal move.
But I told you this was the most natural move. That's why I preferred knight fd7 before, because you enter this line unless you see knight fd7, because I think that here white has a comfortable position.
I think that if you would offer to King's Indian players this position with black, they wouldn't be worried. But now in hindsight, what could have be played for black and offered to black was something much better. So after the game, she can regret. But during the game, I think that any of, as I mentioned, King's Indian player wouldn't be unhappy with these positions. So I think that black is more than fine. But now white is not in danger. And we have this last game where I think that long term, it's better for white. But now at least Sarah is preparing this e5. So knight d5 was a good move. So maybe the quality of the position is better than I was thinking. So maybe this e5 now is coming, although after e5 there is a possibility of exchange sacrifice, rook c6 and knight e5, which looks very appealing for white. So if e5 works for black, then black might be fine, but if there is this exchange sacrifice, then black will have some tough time to come out of the opening.
So let's have a short break, and we will be back right on time to see how the games unfold.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm here with Jean-Michel Rapet, who is president of the Monacan Chess Federation and the tournament director for the Women's Grand Prix. Jean-Michel, my first question to you is, you have such a passion for chess and promoting women's chess. What motivates you?
Oh, not only women chess, we try to promote also for youth. It's very important, and the Monaco Chess Federation since some years push women and kids, and now also we try for veterans.
And what drives you to focus on women's chess and youth chess?
We start in 1993. It was Mr. Van Oosterom. He organized a women candidate match between Nana Yoseldi and Susan Polgar. And it was in February, and in November we organized a World Championship between Xiu and Nana Yoselani. And Monaco Chess Club participated in a French competition, in French Championship. And in 2004, we finished at the second place. And the president of the French Federation was Jean-Claude Moins. And it was the now chess club, a very famous French club, and was a champion. We were vice champion, and we participate in Kemer during European Club Cup. And I see there was also European Club Cup for women. So I propose to Mr. Van Oosterom to stop French Championship and then to focus for Women European Club Cup. At the beginning, he want to continue for the French Championship. But finally, in 2006, he agreed, and in 2007, we start to build a dream team with Almira, Skripchenko. And after year, we won many titles, but not only for only this dream team, and we push also for Monaco women player. We start to participate in the women section in Olympiad in Tromsø in 2014, and since every 2 years Monaco participate. And many times our women team have better results than in open section. Wow. Yes, and for the first time, a woman became a Monaco champion.
Wow, who was that?
So it's very, very funny because in the past you said, okay, Monaco champion is, by example, Igor Efimov, and the woman champion is Tatiana Dornbusch. But now you must say the Monaco champion is Tatiana Dornbusch, and the first male champion is
Wow.
Karl Rebegren.
You're obviously doing something right here, and we're in the amazing chess club here in Monaco. You can see there's so many posters and beautiful, like everything here. There's a lot of history that you're showing. When was the club established?
I think in 1949. And we are under Monaco Chess Federation. We are affiliated with FIDE in 1958. And I think we participate in Olympiad since Leipzig.
At this club here, the chess club, I mean, we've got chess sets everywhere, even old historical ones. Which chess activities take place here at the club?
We give chess lessons, but principally in the main room. So the club is open Monday to Saturday every day, and we also you have a competition in the French league principally.
Yeah. Well, it seems that chess is alive and well in Monaco, which makes sense for it to be the venue of the Women's Grand Prix. What do you think is the importance of the Women's Grand Prix for women's chess?
Yes, I think it's necessary to do a promotion of women chess. I think with Etienne Mensch, we have a very strong team for retransmission, and it's very, very important for. I get a look on video. It's very nice. You do absolutely a great job. Yes, I am very very happy. So.
And I see all these memories and all these photos here, and you know, you being part of chess for so long, in a good way. Do you have a favorite chess memory, or one that you can tell me?
Wow. Different. In French championship, I was very happy to win the first title in 2001. It was particular because, I can say in 2007 when we won our first title in a Women European Club Cup, and I remember Almira don't want I came to watch the game because I was too much nervous, and after in 2015 when we organized Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Casino of Monte Carlo, because for me it was very special. First to play chess tournament in Casino, it was not happened during 111 years. It was only during Grand Prix of 1904. Wow. So it was important to me, and I worked so many years during Casino, so and place is absolutely amazing. And also when we won Club Cup in 2018 in Greece, and it was very special because Monaco was not the number one in a ranking, so it's very special. Okay, but I can continue for a long time. Yes.
Is there anything special you want to show us that you have here at the club?
Oh, we have two special bottles of champagne. In the first bottle, we won a French championship in 2001. And I said to my player, okay, if we won again, we will double the size. And in 2002, and now you can see you have on the bottle all the name. And I have a special also chess set from Olympiad La Havana 1966.
Wow. This isn't just any chess sets,
yes,
right?
And you see the logo of La Habana from the Olympiad. And it was a gift for all the delegation. And it was from Dr. Fidel Castro.
Wow. Wow. Very special set, and you're keeping it in great condition.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
I ask one, because you have also, by example, a poster of Yerevan Olympiad, or Moscow Olympiad in '94, in Ljubljana, everywhere. When players go somewhere from important competition, I ask, okay, bring back a poster.
Yeah.
But now it will be in June. We will refresh Monaco Chess Club, but it will be very hard for me because we must remove not clocks but poster, and after we will decide which one we keep and.
I mean, letting go of the memories, but you have so many here and space for new ones, right?
Yes, I hope.
Thank you so much, Jean-Michel, and thank you for running such a fantastic event.
Merci beaucoup.
I'm here with Jean-Michel Rapet.
So, we are back. Games are in progress, of course. We are here in the studio. Greetings from Monaco. Now I noticed that today you have a special outfit.
Yes.
Top Gun outfit.
Yes, it's today is the day, final 3 rounds. And I have got this feeling since I woke up in the morning that in 2 days we're going to know the name of the winner of this event. So FIDE Grand Prix series is under the way. This tournament is packed with superstars. By the way, Kateryna Lagno is leading, but there are so many players here that are national heroes, so many title players. 7 out of 10 participants are bearing the Grandmaster title. So if you're tuning in right now, stay with us for today and for the next 2 days. And what is
Top guns are playing.
Top guns are playing.
Quality moves are coming. Many interesting personalities. You had a chance with our dear Charlize that you get their insights from the games. So I would feel a little bit sad when the tournament finished. How about you, Almira? Tired, but sad.
I always feel a bit sad, but that's the course of life, Every experience is unique, so it's very intense, and I feel every moment, every second of it. And but as we've said, 2 weeks from now, the next event is going to take place in Cyprus. By the way, this I think is the inaugural FIDE event of the year. So the year starts with the FIDE Grand Prix series, and there are going to be many more events in the next month. So Cyprus is coming, then India and Austria. And of course, then we will have the World Cup in the summer, European championships, team events as well. So
I'm trying to recall Almira, when was the last tournament, some important tournament in Cyprus?
It was the Women's Grand Prix last year,
right? Mm-hmm. Last year, and then prior to that, I don't believe that Cyprus. Greetings, by the way, to my dear friend Paris Clarides. He's the main guy in Cyprus chess. It's nice. It's nice that some new destinations are coming.
Are appearing on the chess map, of course. So let's have a look at the games.
Okay, let's go to the
curious as usual. So I said that curiosity killed the cat a few days ago, but did you know that Alexandra Alokhin had a cat who was called, his name was Chess?
Yes, I know this. I know this a lot.
And I think that once when he came to play the Chess Olympiad in Poland, if I'm not mistaken, the cat was lost and he didn't want to play the tournament. So they were searching for it for a day. So he said that I'm not playing the event, and I understand him.
But he was my favorite world champion to learn. And actually I got his book with his personal insights. It was on Serbian. My road to the world championship title. And actually, I really learned a lot because he had this feeling for dynamics, but with the concept that by dynamics, I don't know, some X-raying, double attack, he would use those tactics for strategical purposes. So in his games, he was never fully strategical, but also never fully like Tal, or maybe making a mess. So let's say some control mess, but with strategy always around. And I learned a lot from him, and he's, I would say, first professional world champion.
I think that, I share this with you, but I also think that when he arrived to play, and he was stopped at the border, he forgot his passport, and and he said, I am Alexander Alokhin, world chess champion, it's I don't need a passport. Just to conclude this, of course, that I have a few books at home. Mm-hmm. And a selection of his favorite games as well. So I invite you to discover those if you haven't yet. And there is a lot to learn from his
and
games.
Actually, world champion who died with his title. So he didn't lose a match for his title. First, of course, a match against Max Eve, but then he returned the title.
But it was such a difficult, historical period.
Exactly.
So for the humanity.
And also there was an issue because that match took place in the Netherlands and in different cities. So they were driving him around with trains, and he was drinking. But in general, he was really Like fantastic player.
By
Let's
the way,
check.
new goodies? What happened? I haven't seen those bags yet.
Okay, another chess
Another.
motif. But let's go
see.
to the playing hall. Let's check the game. So we have it precisely that game here on the board. So we left around here g6, knight d5, e d5, opening the bishop. C knight also has some points, but knight e d5 was played with the point of pinning. Maybe bishop g6, bishop g7, castles, and now she moved the knight d7. Maybe that was a mistake.
We analyzed bishop d5. Do you remember? It was played in the game by Roman Eduard. So bishop d5, e takes d5, and then knight e7.
Yeah. And then a4. Yeah. Or I think it was bishop d2 at some stage. Yeah, I'm trying to recall.
No, because we took on d5.
But I don't think that this was the...
That was the other knight. The other knight, yes.
Yeah, so let's check what happened here. Knight d7, then b4 was a strong follow-up.
By the way, I thought during this moment if Harika is going to challenge this approach, because very often b4 is met by a5, but here black is not hasn't castled yet, so the pawn on b5 is hanging, so you have to castle.
a4 at the right moment, takes, and now a6
now
is
a5.
the target. That's why a5 was played, and Batkhuyag is thinking.
She needs to play b5 here.
Yeah. Is there any tactics maybe she's wondering to play? I don't know, some bishop b5 or something. But then knight b4 just is more than enough. So I don't believe that she's calculating that kind of stuff. You never know. Sometimes players are taking some more time for different stuff. b4, b5 you mentioned, and then knight b4.
Knight b4? It was played already?
No, might be played. Where else? Knight d4.
Knight d4, yes, we can jump to the central square, but
bishop
then,
a3.
yes, bishop a3 can be played. Rook on a4 after knight b6. What are you doing?
Take b6.
Yes, knight b6, queen b6.
Okay, she will try to bring the rook. So queen d2, trying to bring the rook to b1. You will bring a rook to c8. Maybe that kind of position.
But what I want to understand is you're going to play with this position with your rook on a4?
Okay, it's not so passive.
You will have to play knight d5,
Knight d5
and then
c3 is the idea, yeah.
Either bishop somewhere.
Because here after knight b4 taking, I think rook b4 is just a loss because of queen a5. So this is maybe more challenging for white. And if you cannot take, okay, you can maybe play something like bishop e3 or bishop c4.
a3 here? But now you have knight c5. That's the difference. Yes. So bishop b3 is necessary.
That's why she's thinking. She's calculating knight b4, and also she's calculating knight d4. Okay, we will leave her here. Let's go to Kosteniuk against Assaubayeva, since after b4 we got some mess. So
what happened?
So b4, queen e6 was played, which is
no. It's bishop is already on c5.
Rook e8 was played,
e8,
which is a mistake. Bishop c5, queen e6, h3.
Why is it a mistake? So what do?
Okay, maybe. So
the same idea is in the game between two engines. So you play 5 for the tempo.
And the queen is not a great blocker, and if you play queen f7, I guess f6 just wins. So I think this is the issue. So this queen e6 but she went for h3 and then bishop g4,
And
queen
queen
f6.
f6 was just played. So how can we evaluate this position? Should we trade the bishops and play f5? Maybe that's
Better is
bishop
f.
f5.
But better is f5, same thing, because if she takes, anyway, the bishops will be exchanged. So I think f5 is a normal way. No need to take. Similar thing, I can take and play f5. But I would rather play f5 immediately. This is better for white.
Well, you shouldn't take on f5. Do you have a choice here? So should I wait? Should I wait?
She will play b6, bishop e3, rook f8. Something like this.
So the rook was on f8, queen on f7. Now you have the queen on f6, which transferred to f6, and then the rook comes back.
Let's say possible outcome takes, takes. I don't know. We exchange maybe.
Rook f8.
Rook f8, bishop f8. But maybe I can take. I don't know. Bishop f3. Let's say. This is a possible outcome. If I take on b4, this looks maybe dangerous. And then I'm conquering the f-file. Check, and then I'm first to come to the f-file. So maybe you need to play something quick, something like bishop b7, yes. Rook d1, bishop e8. But black is a little bit passive. White is having this mobile majority.
Black is suffering.
Yes. So this is like a possible outcome in this situation. So will she play f5?
f6. Yes, so if we compare this to the line with bishop c8, take, and then f5, so b6, bishop b3, here your rooks are connected, and the c6 pawn is already protected. So that's the main difference. She can easily play rook d8 in this line. So Alexandra is thinking, and time is like 42 minutes versus 41 minutes, so everything is under control for both players. However, less than 20 moves have been played, so we will get back to this game a little bit later, yes?
Yeah.
So which game we have?
Maybe we can check Lagno.
Yes.
Just done, because around here we left. 97 was not playing this moment. Rook e8, 92, 97, g4. Interesting approach to exchange g for e and to abandon the defense of the bishop. g4 was not miss, I guess, because now bishop g7 doesn't work because of knight e3, so that's why she took on g4 and she played knight e4. But
we know already that Kateryna sees everything. She saw g4 in her game against Elisabeth Paehtz, queen d2, the hidden moment which we haven't seen in the game. She has a very sharp tactical eye. And how can we assess this position?
Black should be slightly better for sure, but maybe white is, I don't know.
Well, I understand that she wants to play knight d6.
Okay, rook
so how are we going to
let's say
react
king g7, you go knight d6, rook e7, you take on c8, let's say rook c8.
Maybe I should wait a little.
Okay, you can wait, but knight c5 will be played anyway, so maybe
can I wait?
Maybe best is to take immediately.
Okay.
And then maybe somehow
rook. I wanted to play rook d2, and if bishop c3, then rook d3. So and then rook d1.
Okay, it's possible, but this can be only better for
rook d3
for black.
And let's say rook d1.
Okay, knight c5.
Knight c5 and
knight on e3 is now lousy placed.
Oh, but I should play here rook d8.
Okay,
Mhm.
I change.
And
And I think the problem is with this a4 move at some stage. That this will put the pressure. Maybe
can you play
maybe
it now?
immediately.
Yes.
Okay, after rook d8, I could have played rook e8. No,
Yes.
also
Yeah.
an option. But let's say this, I'm curious about this position, a4.
Is there a way for me? I can still play rook d1. I think that then I can play rook b1 if you take on b3, but that's the only way to protect the pawn on b3 indirectly. But I agree with you after e4.
Black is slightly better in those positions, but maybe because my bishop can move around while this is locked. Either is attacking completely defensive square or his own chain.
But if I
restricts.
like, if not rook d1, if I play knight c2, what do you do here?
Okay, that's an option.
Also,
But the bishop a5.
Yes, bishop. Yes, because with the rook on d1, I wanted to play knight c2 next. Okay, let me play rook d1, and I want to play knight c2 next. Here. But of course, black is not risking anything here.
Yeah.
And if Kateryna
Maybe
manages
transfer the bishop to b6.
to draw this game, then she
No,
maintains her leading
she's
position.
not in danger at all. If I would be black, I would start to be ambitious in terms of maybe playing for more. But if you stop and just steer a game to a draw, I don't see any problem with that. You can achieve it quite easily. In Munguntuul, we have bishop a3. Strange move.
But what happens after? You see, I have this chess player sort of attitude. You write the move, you have the pen, and you're thinking about the position. So, but what if I take on b4? He takes b4.
Yeah, I don't get it. So rook a8.
Yes.
But then, okay.
But
maybe I should. Then I cannot take with the knight because my rook will be hanging. So if I take here, then I need to take with the bishop,
yes.
Which might not be bad, but black is then super safe. So let's say that I start first with knight b4. Good position, knight d4 or something, and then knight to c5, knight to b6.
And Batkhuyag has spent quite a lot of time. She has only 24 minutes left, so I think that Harika is getting ambitious right now. She will try to play this game for win from this moment.
I agree, but the thing is, Munguntuul has this, I would say, like strength that sometimes she makes a move of maybe a weaker quality, but still in a equal range. Range. And if opponents thinks that, okay, this is not the move I was expecting, this shouldn't be good, but still it's good enough, I think, to move on and have a normal game. Let's say that we didn't know the situation before. Let's say that Munguntuul was suffering in the opening and suddenly we got into this position. We would say, okay, White has managed to exchange something. She will put pressure on this one. Probably it's equal. But in hindsight, where White was having a little bit more promising position, this looks like inaccurate play. But now I really don't believe that it's not easy. It's not easy. That I don't believe that White can be in problems here. I'm having a outpost. I don't know. I don't believe that she's in problem. But here we have b6, the move we expected, and now so bishop e3 will be played by Alexandra. Is it a moment that we check how is Humpy doing against Sarasadat?
But you know how psychological state might also affect the players during the game, and you losing your rational approach. So, for example, Harika, she's one of the players who hasn't scored any wins in the tournament. So she might think that, this might be the moment as well. And you lose your objectivity. By the way, the nails. Have a look at the nails.
Chess motifs
Chess
everywhere.
motifs, yes. Chess is everywhere. And visually, it's looks very beautiful, of course, but Harika is fully concentrated on her game right now. And you see, this shows that she is ready to fight for more. Okay, so let's have a look at Sarah's game.
So this is the position, and yeah, things are happening as I mentioned. E5 was stopped because, okay, around here. So she went for knight e5. That was the way how she's preparing to move her knight. Somehow it protects e7. But after bishop e7, she didn't go for knight c to e7. Because, okay, you can push c6, but anyway, e5 is far away. So she stick to her idea of playing e5, but this was stopped by rook c5, not allowing e5. I was mentioning, for example, that maybe e5 might not be the right concept anyway, because this position with the exchange sacrifice might be tricky anyway. So rook c5, rook d8, bishop b5. Show d7, a3, and e5 is not possible. If you cannot play e5, how will you move on? White will castle, and then maybe with g3, e4, or just to triple over the c file. Okay, a6 played. Now Humpy will move the bishop maybe to d3, I guess.
But then if you move the bishop to d3, maybe you can play knight where, and then e5. Let me think.
Now I think that it's already late for e5.
Yes.
That white will have already some more rearranged pieces.
But the thing is, with the knight on c6, let's say I will wait. I will accept that I have a passive position, so bishop d3 is going to be played. If you go for a4, the pawn on d4 is becoming very weak, so I can prepare for it. I will play bishop e8. Bishop d3, bishop e8, for example. Something I will wait for the castle.
I think this is like a dream position for white. Maybe it's not much, but
something like rook c8.
Okay.
I make one more useful move, and how will you continue from here?
If I go b4.
What else can I invent here?
Okay.
Knight b6?
Knight b6, knight b3. This is typical.
Why can't I play 5 here?
e5.
No, knight. I wanted to play knight a4 and e5, but might be a bit.
Knight a4.
Might be a bit
rook c2.
dubious, and e5 here.
Bishop e5, I think, or maybe
no, not a5. E5.
e5. Okay, possible. Let's say that sacrifice now it's not sound, although it gives compensation for sure. But let's say that we don't want to do it. Okay, I can first play maybe bishop f5. And now I will leave you. We move the rook, I play some move. I'm allowing you now to take on d4. That's why I think that now in this scenario, even that's why I'm saying that black is late. Now, even if you achieve e5, I'm now thinking that black is a bit late. I don't know which move now, rook d1 or something.
I understand that all my pieces are awkward.
So you managed to achieve something, but anyway, now it's not so appealing, attractive as before.
And bishop d7 is worse because then you can take on c6 and take on e5. Okay, just wanted to illustrate. Yes. It's a nice touch. Yes, rook d7, rook c6, and knight e5, especially after b4.
Maybe knight a5 and everything. drops. It will be very interesting to see. So bishop, what was the last move? A6 was played in this position. Bishop d3 is a natural move. Is she thinking about bishop e2? What do you think?
Both moves are possible.
Bishop a4 is not possible, if I'm not mistaken, because of
Can
knight
you take on
d4.
d4? Yes.
Yeah, this is typical tactics. If you take, intermezzo check, and if you take, then bishop a4. So she's thinking either to go to e2 or d3. Bishop c6 is not the move you wanna make. So now she's contemplating about bishop d3 or bishop e2.
Bishop d3 allows you to play, like, to regroup your pieces at some point, to play bishop b1 and queen c2.
That's also an option.
Like,
yeah.
Of course, you will have knight f6 there, but I would say that bishop d3 is more flexible if black cannot play e5 and e4. Yes.
I think bishop d3 will be played.
What did she play here?
Yes.
Okay. And how is the situation on the clock? So 38 minutes for Humpy and 27.
Yeah, they have those bags with chess motifs. I spotted everyone.
And bishop b8.
Yes, and now castles.
So castle.
I think she will do it.
So, I was right about Sarah's mindset right now. So that's why I suggested this move bishop b8. She accepted that she has a passive position and she is ready to hold it.
Yeah.
But she will run out of useful moves.
The thing is that she's a fighter and she's fighting and so, but you recall what I said. My experience is trying to teach me to avoid problems, because of course maybe me being rated 2561 would fight the same. So it's not easy to here to create anything special, but maybe the point is to try to maybe to be like more determined to solve problems a little bit before. So I think this is an important thing where she can improve, because in this position sometimes I'm getting some game and then someone asked me, I said, listen, in this position even 2650 player can lose. Because it's tough and it's not easy to handle this position with black. But I think she has some talent to create problems to her opponents. But I would also
waiting for the right moment.
Yeah, I would try to avoid problems a little bit earlier.
So this we have the same posture. Both players are fully focused. So maybe this offers us an opportunity to have a look at.
I just want to add that, for example, now Humpy, she knows that, I know, she's 0 point. It would be interesting to hear how big she thinks advantage is. Is it +1? Is it plus 0.60? Anyway, from plus 0.50 and above. But the thing is to prove it over the board, because there are some players who wants to have this control of the game, so not allowing your opponent counterplay, and by not allowing your opponent any counterplay, sometimes you burn energy, you're ending up in a time trouble. So in terms of evaluation of the position, I'm sure that she's completely aware that she actually outplayed Sarah. But now to prove it to increase the advantage is not an easy task. Of course, some Karpov would do it very easily and some others, but for me it will also be a very tough challenge. You know that you're better. You mentioned Almira to build a battery. It's possible to play this b4. I would play that type of move. Yeah, they're taking our course. Someone will go for e4 at some stage, maybe rook e1, g3, e4. Now it's sort of experience plus your style of play, because we can agree that white is better, but how to move on. She will now burn some time because she's considering many options to bring the queen to c2, to bring another rook, to play this b4. You mentioned this bishop b1. And if it would be like a blitz game, she would make some plan instantly. But in a classical, you are considering a lot of things. Is there a game you want to switch?
Do we have a move in the game between Alexandra and
yes,
Bibisara?
they are taking our course. So after f5, b6, exactly the line we were mentioning is about to happen. And now bishop f3, exactly. She took on e4, or she will take on e4, I guess, and we will have this line we were mentioning as a tough line to play with black. It's also sometimes, funny experience and funny feeling. So you're playing King c8. There are like some lines in the prep which are like super sharp, and you're ready to play some completely messy style position, and suddenly you end up in a boring, slightly worse or much worse position. But what to do? That's King's life, also King's Indian players, because sometimes you get a chance to really make a masterpiece, and sometimes you need to defend some, like your opponent is having a space advantage, and you need to defend. So I would say that also quality of King's Indian player is not just that he's like attacker. But same goes, for example, Dragon. In Dragon Sicilian, sometimes you have really like devastating attacks, and in some lines you need to defend passive. Basically, Dragon can be very passive position if player is prepared and you're getting into some position. So it's tricky how you need both type of roles at the same time.
Yes, but both openings have those characteristics where you have so many forced lines, which end up like in those endgames, a lot of sacrifices, this powerful bishop on g7. And if you would ask a Dragon player and a King's Indian player what would be the worst case scenario for him, I think this would be this.
Yeah. So slightly passive position, you need to defend. And as I said, you came with some expectation. You chose some very, very complicated line, and suddenly you need to defend.
But so let's have a look. Do we have?
You see, also her enthusiasm is not so high, which is quite obvious.
We cannot play bishop f5 because queen c6 is obvious. So let's have a look. Queen
okay,
f4.
two options. Either you believe that your king is safe or not. I would say that the king is not so safe. White king is safer, so that's why exchanging queens looks more to the point, because here you might end up in some attacking. For example, I don't know, maybe okay, you have bishop f5. If I can start with rook f1, maybe then you go rook f8. Okay, maybe you can play bishop d7. But anyway, let's say that a3 happens.
No, but I think that you should swap queens.
Yes.
And then queen e4, bishop b4, bishop
d7, and then
d1,
white is okay. Rook d1 or a3. I don't know now. Maybe I don't need rook d1. Maybe I will choose later where to come with the rook, because a5, b5.
Ah, b5. Okay.
And then b6 is attacked. I don't want to play b5 immediately because you will go rook c8, and I guess this is also, even this position can be tricky. It can be better for white, but probably don't need. Let's say who is the player who would be like the toughest to deal with being white in this tournament? Goryachkina, probably. She would be very unpleasant to play against her.
Goryachkina is one of the
squeezers.
Yes, she's one of those players that not only you don't want to play with white pieces, but also you know that she loses very rarely with the white pieces. It's almost impossible to beat her with black. So first of all, when you're preparing for the game, you have to have this classical approach. You have to find the line where you can equalize or at least have a playable position.
Yeah, just to clarify, so I wanted to say that against Goryachkina, being black in this position would be a tough task. Probably
Kateryna
Kosteniuk or Lagno, but also Kosteniuk as well.
Mm-hmm.
She can be very tough opponent to play.
But those are one former world champion.
Yes.
Kateryna Lagno was vice world champion, and she won like so many tournaments in her life as well. And Alexandra Goryachkina, she has a repertoire which could suit many strong players. She crossed the 2600 barrier, and she was playing for a while in the Russian championship, where she was facing 27th grandmasters every day, 2700 grandmasters every day. So she, in a way, was forced to build this repertoire because she wouldn't be able to survive otherwise.
Okay, let's go back to Lagno, because she just made a move. She
decided to play
before
bishop
she
b5.
played bishop b5, which is also a good move. After knight d6, she's ready to take even on d6, which is also a viable option. Not a bad option, but also she can play immediately knight c5. Sorry, my rook is hanging, so I need to move the rook. Rook e7.
I was wondering, Alojzije, if the bishop is on e5, so you don't have the possibility of playing rook e5, can we play g5?
Yes, that's a motive, of course.
Because in the line that we analyzed, we couldn't do this because you could always play rook e5 and rook g5. Because the knight d6 to concede, so that was not possible.
Okay, so you want to transfer your knight to g4.
And the other reason is that I don't want you to play knight c5. Knight e4 for the moment deprives you of this option, and I want to play knight g4.
Okay, this is a good move. And now it seems to me that this will end up in some kind of liquidation. Let's say that I play f5. You will take, I guess. I take. You can jump to d6. I don't know, king f7. And this is typical position which steers to a draw. Somehow. Not yet clear, but I don't know, rook d1. King e7. Let's say knight c2 or a3.
You don't want to play
a3 b4 maybe. Okay, you can play. I can play immediately bishop b6. a3 maybe, b4 next, and then b5, and some liquidation happen.
But this is a bit different because white still have some chances to play b4 b5 and soften the pawn on c6. Whether in the other line,
I think bishop
pieces
e5
were very passive.
Bishop e5 was maybe not the right
It was a
move.
small inaccuracy.
Yeah, because maybe you need bishop on different part of the board, and you mentioned rook e5. So if you go, I don't know, king g7 first, then g5. If g5 comes, I don't know. You don't need to hurry, maybe, because anyway. Maybe, why not? I wanted to start with a4, but then b4. So if I come with the bishop here to prepare a4, rook d7. So I cannot come to a3.
Yes, what we analyzed was a bit
Because
different.
of this bishop d7, knight f6, that's why. Okay, king g7 is the move you want to make, and then g5. And we are in this position.
Was it played already?
Bishop e5 was just played.
No, I mean in the game after bishop e5, I thought that you played king g7.
No, we don't have a move yet.
Yes, because white shouldn't hurry with knight d6. It's a much better approach. And time is right on your screen. This moment, where you can see that we are live from Novotel Monte Carlo. She's trying to squeeze something out of this position. I'm pretty sure that she will play g5.
Yeah. So bishop e5 was played, and e5 is about to happen.
Let's see. She's leaning forward. And I was wrong.
F4.
F4.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't spoil anything, no?
No.
So you have to play
The
bishop
to
C7
C7 or B8. I don't
yes.
know where is better.
Yes, but now your knight is not protected on E3. That's why I didn't consider this move.
A bit strange move, frankly speaking, because this move is.
Oh, she goes bishop G7.
Is burning some bridges.
Maybe bishop B8. I had rook D7. No, but that's exactly yes.
Bishop is hanging on
E3.
Wait. No.
So you didn't have this combination, yes.
Always bishop is rook is hanging.
No, the knight.
The knight. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, you couldn't play. But then why bishop?
Okay, bishop G7 is also a good move. Bishop C7 looks, or bishop B8 looks more to the point, but. What is the follow-up now? F5?
F5 is probably then if you play F4.
Okay, F5 will follow.
Okay. It's a bit like...
so if I go knight F6...
Yes.
You have intermezzo. You can take on G6 at some stage. Okay, so I cannot do it. Okay, if I start with bishop F6... on G5, okay, but this is risky. G5 takes. Okay, this is risky. Pawn takes. There will be penetration, and this rook is also ready to come in. Don't believe that bishop F6 is a move.
And if you like, I don't know, play something like bishop. I want to play knight C5, unfortunately. Okay, white wants to take on G6 or...
No, you're right. So maybe bishop F8 is a move.
Because we need to exchange this knight on E4, but knight F6 is the threat. So how are we playing after this?
Okay, so you need to protect... Okay, maybe bishop C5 out back, but okay, bishop C5 is... And then again I need to play king G7. I'm not sure about this bishop G7. I'm solving an issue, prolonging.
What else do we have after F5? Okay, if I ignore everything, can I play A4 here? What do you do? I just want to open the A file. I want to see what is your follow-up.
Yeah, I'm thinking A4.
Like, let's put it on the board,
okay, sure.
just in case. For our viewers, I just want to know what are you doing here. How are you reacting?
B4. Probably I must play B4.
So let's see, B4, A3.
Okay, yeah. Okay, C5 to prepare knight C4.
Yes.
Hard to say. It's possible, I guess.
If I can play knight F6, if black can play knight F6,
yes,
exchange this knight.
You can play it if I
No, but you said that you have an intermezzo.
Yeah, this F takes G6, but now I see that this one is hanging, but then I will come down. So...
maybe with this A4, A3 inclusion, this works or not?
Okay, maybe.
Takes,
rook F6, take on E3, rook D8, king G7, I move my rook to F2. Okay, maybe you can play this position because this A3
rook
pawn
C3?
is a... Yeah, rook C3 is an asset. You can maybe even go rook B3.
Oh,
if you want to have some
yes.
fun. But
It's pretty.
yeah,
Okay, rook b3. Let's try.
maybe you can make some fun, but probably not necessary. I will come back with this one
Yes,
rook.
yes.
Okay, then I take on g4, but you attack on b8, so let's take to c3.
Yes, rook c3 was my first intention, so let's have a look.
You can also maybe ignore everything, go rook g3, and catch the g pawn.
Rook g3. What I wanted is rook f3,
Rook g4.
rook g4, rook e3. And I want to play rook
Okay, I will
e8.
collect everything.
Okay, so rook e8 and then rook b2.
B2. Okay,
And how is
only.
this position? Rook e8.
Okay, black is not.
Or king f2.
Black king f2 probably necessary. And rook. Okay, black is not risking much.
But f5 was not
If I go rook
played.
c2, rook a8, a2, and then f5, you go bishop e4, takes. It's not that that black is risking anything.
This is a very long digression, and the move on the board is not f5.
Rook d3 was played.
So she's protecting the knight on e3, and probably is thinking about rook d1 here, simply to take on d7.
Yeah, might be.
Wait. Or can you take on e4 here?
Rook e4, bishop e4.
And knight c5?
Rook d8 check. Sorry, rook d8 check.
Yes, check. Yes, that's the problem. I forget about those things. Okay, then. But that's an idea. Wait a second.
Okay, you can start with bishop f8. You're threatening rook e4. You can start with that. I know some.
But it's not. This move is a bit artificial. Yes, unless you've spotted.
But then rook d4.
Rook d4. Yes.
Okay, I can take on f4.
Knight e6 and knight e4. No. But yes, I liked my bishop on g7 because I thought that you cannot play rook d4, but you have rook d8. No, this doesn't work.
I'm not sure. Bishop f8 can be.
But I like this try, rook d3, with the idea of playing rook d1. And you will have to deal with a lot of threats. And if you will play rook e7, then Tan will play f5. Threatening f6. What can you do here?
Okay, bishop f8, I will go for that line. Because rook d4, knight e6 we mentioned. Bishop f8, rook d1, rook e4, bishop f4, knight c5, rook d6, rook d4, knight e6. Rook d8. Or
what do you mean rook d8?
If you want to pin me, or you move to d2.
Rook d8, you give up the rook.
But okay, maybe this is not so pleasant.
No, second, this king g7.
King g7. I don't know. King f2.
Bishop c5.
Okay, king. I cannot go to f3 because you will take.
Bishop g4, yes. Check.
Okay, it's not something, I agree. So rook d4, rook d2, knight f4. This is something I would be happy with black.
Yes.
So bishop f8 is a viable candidate.
So you managed to make my blunder work, yes?
Yeah.
I forgot about
Why not?
this.
Very good move.
No, but you still can play knight c5. Okay, now if I don't play rook d1, You played. What else can I play here?
Okay, you can play d5.
G5.
I move my king maybe to g7. I think this is very actually good try. This bishop f8. Will Kateryna go for it?
22 minutes. Alojzije. Time trouble is approaching.
Yeah. So she's calculating a lot
And
of things.
there are no forced lines for the moment. She can't simplify the position, so she would love to trade one piece.
Knight f6. Okay. Also a normal move because knight d6 will be played against after knight f6, knight d6 will be playing.
But knight d6, we can play rook e7.
Yeah.
And then
bishop f3, let's say, or g5.
g5, yes. Let's try
something.
g5 here.
Okay, she wants to play knight e8. Okay, it's a mess. Knight d6, rook e7.
But then you can take on c8, play bishop h3. Rook is forced to go somewhere. b8.
Yes, but I don't believe that this is anything. Bishop h3, rook maybe to a8 is best.
Yes. And rook d1, or maybe even rook d1.
Okay. Maybe it's 6, I don't know.
If she goes yes for knight d6, we will see.
Rook e7, I guess will be played instantly. How about rook d8? Is that the move?
Rook d8, rook d1, and you take on g4.
A similar thing.
Maybe you can even take on g4. No, knight b7. No. Yes, maybe we should show a few options on the board because it's interesting. Yes.
Rook d8, rook d1. You mentioned knight g4, but knight c8.
No, bishop g4.
But bishop g4, and then knight b7. Yeah. Or knight g4, knight g4, knight b7.
Knight b7 here, yeah. And bishop c6 is coming. So.
But here knight e8. Okay, but you don't want to be under the X-ray. So I think e7 because yes, it's better for. So I think rook e7 is better because you're protecting and no need for rook d8.
Was it played?
Yes.
By the way?
Yes.
Was it played?
You want to stay connected with the knight on e3.
Etienne, maybe we can have the view of the playing hall and all the boards, so we can choose a game.
Kosteniuk is taking our footsteps. b5 was played against Assaubayeva, and now rook c8. We were mentioning rook c8, maybe a4.
Rook d1, bishop e8. We stopped here, and Alexandra decided to play b5.
Okay.
So what is happening after rook c8 here?
Maybe bishop f5.
But then you can move your rook.
Okay, then she will move on. Move on with increasing the pressure. Unpleasant situation for Bibisara.
And how?
She had 23 minutes. Rook c8 played. Now bishop f5.
Bishop f5, rook b8 or rook 8, and then a4.
Yeah. At the same time, in Koneru, this game, she played this bishop b1 you mentioned, building a battery. So rook c8, bishop b1, queen c2, provoking g6, queen b3.
No, I think what I wanted to urge is that since the time trouble is approaching, to have all the games and the analysis board, so we can analyze every board
Let's do it.
And not forget about something. All the boards, yes, and the analysis boards.
Okay. Some private messages.
Or leaked.
Yes.
Like
This transposition, yeah, can be
highly
can
sensitive
be improved. Yeah.
information. So for national security has been revealed, and they play in the analysis board in the middle somewhere. So the draw was agreed, of course, in the game between Elisabeth Paehtz and Alexandra Goryachkina. At the very beginning of this 7th round, and 4 games are still in progress. We haven't looked at the game between Batkhuyag and Harika for quite some time, so they traded rooks and knights on b4. Let me have a look. So White just played Queen A1. And should you trade queens here?
Black is better,
okay.
But also White didn't do anything wrong. So
Then you have Alexandra against Bibisara that we just analyzed. So Zhongyi is still thinking after rook e7, and that was not what we wanted to have, but it's coming. And then Sarah just played bishop a4. Maybe you should switch to this game. This one.
Knight d7, queen a2, knight d7 is good, yeah. Bishop a4, queen a2, knight d7. And now I guess b4 will be played. I'm not sure that this maneuvering worked. Playing it, this bishop b1 and building that battery, because if you won't play this h4, h5, then I don't believe the g6 is a weak move for black. So I would play with b4 and knight b3 before. So okay, but this is a matter of taste.
Okay, what is the difference? Because in our line we had the knight on a4, Sarah plays her bishop on a4, and the knight on d7, controlling the e5 square, maybe transferring it to f8 if needed for the defense. But after b4, now you can play a5.
Yeah, and there is no knight on b3.
So should we start with a5?
A5 should be played, yes, you're right. Okay, but after b takes a5,
I want to play rook
if
a8.
you play rook a8, I move my knight and push e4.
Knight c5? Or
I was thinking maybe here, and then you take.
Oh, knight g3. Okay.
If you take, yes. I push e4, and then queen d2. This is double attack. This doesn't work. So,
and I wanted to play knight b6, but still you can play
but then
d2, attacking the h6 and
rook
a5.
c7 is also hanging.
Rook c7. No, this doesn't work.
So maybe now some other move is necessary.
Something else.
I don't know, knight f6, but
Knight 7 f6.
Yes, I was thinking about this, but then again e4.
e4
and queen d2.
No, then it doesn't work. But should I wait a second? Maybe rook a8. But I have to play rook a8. Can I start with rook a8 and then a5, or it's too slow?
I don't see this is a difference. Knight g3 again, or knight c5. No, it will be tough now. a5 played, and now I think taking a knight g3 and strategy, Humpy strategy will be successful. Let it be light, and we have it.
I have the Tchaikovsky music in my head, just like So here it is. So we can move from one game to another. And I think that it's a huge improvement because time trouble is already on a few boards. And in some boards, it will make its appearance like in a few minutes. So Rook A8 was played by Bibisara, by the way, and Alexandra played A4.
Yeah.
That was
something
exactly the line that
we
we
were
predicted.
Tan is thinking that's a bit strange because she's burning a lot of time. Now Humpy needs to take, I guess, and move the knight. Harika is thinking how to proceed.
Tara is feeling confident. So let's have a look at this line. Take on A5 and Rook A8.
Yeah, and knight G3 I play.
So what else can we invent here? So Rook A5, once again, I wanted to double check it. You will play
I think this is
E4
and this is just bad.
It's much worse, yes.
So maybe some C5 or something.
So you're using this moment when the knight is not on E4 and...
But anyway, I play E4.
Knight F6.
E5, H4. Now it's time to play knight D5, I guess.
You can still play Queen D2,
or
yes,
H4,
and then H4
I can start maybe with H4. Okay, but here at least black is playing. It's not just one-sided game.
So maybe A5 was...
Well, it was a good choice. What's going on in okay, Tan just made a move, so bishop H3. But here I'm curious, what about this position? AB or CB?
You mean if I take C, you will play A6?
No, A6, bishop E4 back.
Okay, so I can play this. Then I want to take C. C takes.
Okay, C takes. And now it's a question. What's black's next move? Bishop E7, maybe.
Yes, bishop E7. But white can bring the king to, like, not to the center, but closer. Let's say king
F2. Rook D8. Can I play this way? Okay, you can go to C1.
Yes, if I trade the rooks, you have to be careful as well. So bishop F7.
If I take maybe here king F3,
King
also it's a pleasure,
F7.
but bishop F7, king E4, bishop B3. Let's say here there are chances to survive. Though. Also it looks grim, but at least no, everything now looks better for white. But how to keep the hook? So how about AB? Okay, but then bishop F7, white to give a target. So I will stick to CB.
So bishop E7, king F2, yes? Or what else can black play here? If I cannot play E6, bishop E4 winning immediately, yes? It's blunder, which I was willing to make. Bibisara is still thinking.
She took on b5.
Took on b5.
And now it's Alexandra who thinks. How about Munguntuul? This queen exchange happened. Yeah, but nothing is wrong with her position.
Okay, so let's have a look at this one. Batkhuyag against Harika. But can we get back to Queen A1? Because that's where I was not sure if Black should trade queens or leave the queens on the board. Or it's more or less the same. Let's say if you play Queen C6, because I think that if Queen B8, then you can play Rook B1. But if you decide to keep the queens on the board, so Queen C6.
Queen C6, Queen A6.
Ah, Queen A6, okay, you can still chase
Actually,
my
not
queen.
much will happen, so they ended up in this position.
Like Ulf Anderson, you know, that he was offering a queen trade and he was so happy. And he would chase your queen until you would trade it, and then he would kill you in the end game.
Famous story of Ulf Anderson when Jan Timman was playing a match with Kasparov. It was 90s, maybe 97, I don't know, in Prague, and they were playing like maybe 6 games, and helpers were Anderson, seconds, yeah, Anderson and Sokolov, and Timman is playing, Besselkok is financing, and he wanted to support Timman that way, so you play a match, a sponsor. This was the way how he wanted to support him as well, and then Timman gave them some task about some opening, and he left the apartment or hotel in Prague, and then he went out, and it was summer, Prague, interesting city, people are outside having fun, drinking something. Then Anderson suggested to Sokolov, let's go out and enjoy a day. It's sunny, but Sokolov said, but Jan gave us some task to work on it, opening. Listen, if we work or if we not work, the result would be the same. Kasparov would win against Timman. Let's go outside. Let's go enjoy some sun and everything. And the funny thing was, you mentioned those endgame. So at some stage he touched some opening, Anderson, and said Timman was saying this is better for white, and Anderson said, hang on, let me think a bit. Okay, I will play this way. I will change the queens. I will place my queen, king there. I would never lose this. And they were just trying, and they couldn't break him. And next day, in a few days, Timman tried that line with black and equalized easily and draw the game. So Ulf was very valuable second there. But I love that comment. We work or not, this result would be the same, because Kasparov at 90s was really, it was really tough to play against him.
I love this story. Meanwhile, I think they repeated a few times, or not?
Yes, you're right. So let's check. So we have one position played. No, bishop is on 2. So 1, 2. Okay, at the moment, and the moment only twice was repeated.
So a few times.
So Alexandra took with the C pawn. Lagno played knight e4. Interesting move. And we have also Humpy to taking on a5. So here knight e4 was played. So she's not afraid of allowing her opponent to penetrate on the back rank.
Yes, but now the rook on e4 is attacking everything.
Yes.
So what are you going to do? Rook f3 here?
Yeah, probably king g7 to
G7.
unpin. There are some tricks with rook e3, bishop c5, or bishop c5 coming immediately.
Okay, let's say g5.
G5, bishop c5, king f2, and maybe.
So you're given
Yeah.
the rook on bishop g4.
No fun for white. I think this position's not an easy one. So knight e4.
Yes, but you have to see it, you know.
Yeah.
before
Okay, but
you
it's
enter this
natural
line.
to unpin a bit. So knight e4 played.
Rook e4, and real time play rook d8 here. Yes, she goes for this line, bishop f8. So I think that Kateryna then assessed this position correctly. She's not afraid of the spin, and here, what else can you do if not rook f3?
Yeah, rook f3 played, and I expect king g7 to be played very quickly. By the way, Koneru made knight g3. e4 is coming in, and it won't be pleasant for Sarah. Here, move repetition. Not yet. King g7, I guess, is the move. Is there anything else besides that? I don't know. Is it the idea to approach?
No, g5 is the threat. So if you play f6, then maybe what do you play on g5? Bishop.
Okay. Anyway.
F5?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the idea. If you play f6, maybe to close this diagonal.
Yeah. f6 is worth trying.
I'm not sure that this line is so obvious. Yes, you need to take on h3, so bishop c5, bishop h3, and bishop g4.
Can we go with the second camera to Harika against Munguntuul? Because it seems to me that she's repeating. So once, twice at the moment, but if rook a8 will be played, now bishop b4 is third time repetition. We can stay this way. Oh, this is better, but then to combine maybe left camera with some other game.
With Tan against Kateryna Lagno.
Yes, exactly.
The game of our leaders.
That right one is nice. Okay, we will have maybe rook c8. So avoiding the move repetition, but white can go back to b4.
Kateryna Lagno is still thinking. And I have to praise Humpy's play. Knight g3 is a very strong move.
Yeah, the point is here that she played this setup to provoke some things, but it seems that the tension is on queen side, and now you're switching again to king side. So I like this flexibility. How long time is Bibisara? 12 minutes.
It's not easy to make a move.
Yeah, okay, 10 more moves, but as you mentioned, yeah, not easy. So Kateryna is thinking queen g7. King g7 is something I expect to happen.
Or f6. Maybe she's choosing between those two moves.
Munguntuul played rook d1, which is a reasonable try since bishop was no longer attacked, so it was a moment to improve the situation.
Maybe she will play bishop b4 here.
Anyway, yeah.
Yes.
And then the point is probably to play, I don't know, f3, maybe knight goes to b5 later.
Wow, Alexandra Kosteniuk is walking around.
Very interesting, and basically you see, Almira, we forgot the game of Elisabeth against Alexandra. What to do? Sometimes you have a draw, but you have many interesting games around.
The time trouble is everywhere. 11 minutes for Bibisara. She's thinking. Kateryna, 14 minutes. She's thinking as well. How many moves have they played?
In which
Kateryna.
So I will update you. In that game, rook f3 is 27th move. Harika against Munguntuul 26th move. 26th move played. Bibisara against Alexandra 29th move just been played h5. And we have Sarasadat against Humpy 25th move played.
And Sarah is
below 10. Okay, she's
almost. Yeah, she has 10 minutes left. This is a critical moment in her game. She needs to find something to stay in the game. But let's have a look at the move that Bibisara played. Just played h5.
Okay, two approaches. One is
king
to
f2.
one is king f2. Second one is to push immediately g4.
G4?
Yeah, to push g4, g5, and then
bring the king to e4 anyway. Okay.
Yeah. King g7 played by Kateryna.
I would play king f2 in this position.
Yeah, king f2 is a little bit more. And they say in the endgame, no need to rush.
Unless you want to play h4, but I will have bishop g5. Wait, bishop g5, bishop c5, and then I can play king f3. Yes.
So you were mentioning king f2, h4, bishop g5, bishop c5, king f3, but then there is this trick.
Bishop g4?
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Rook f8, king e4. I'm not sure. Then bishop
but maybe
g6.
bishop g5 is premature. Why not to? Okay.
We cannot play king f3 here.
I was thinking maybe some rook d5 or something to move the rook, and then king f3, king e4. I don't want to remove my bishop from f5. Yeah, but it is a question, because if black played h5, she's ready, getting ready for it. h4. Time is okay. 12 moves. 12 minutes on the clock, and she's thinking. I don't see anything besides g5.
So let's go
So
through this line.
g5, bishop c5, exactly. King f2. What else to do? Okay, but I have an equalizer. Maybe bishop g4 immediately.
So if I take, you're even better.
Yeah. Can take with the rook or maybe with the bishop, and then take on f4. And if you go to e2, I go rook e7. You cannot take on a5 because of this card check. Hang on. But basically, white is counting on rook a5. So I think this is the concept of...
Oh, this is too much. So if you move your bishop somewhere here,
then I take...
and then you can... But okay, so...
At least I got this a pawn.
I mean, if bishop g4, so I'll take. And
I have rook e5.
No, rook e3.
Okay, king g3. Black. So I just mentioned this move if black wants to equalize, but let's check bishop h3, rook takes, bishop g4.
So you can take rook e5 here as well, if it works. No, because now I can play something else. So if you play bishop d4, can I attack your... Can I play rook g3?
Okay, this is a mess. b5. If you take, then I'm on time.
This game started as a very positional, and it's getting very sharp.
Very sharp, yes. So that's why she's thinking. Okay, now who is thinking? King g7 play, yeah. No, g5 was played. Now Kateryna is thinking.
No, it's our analysis.
Sorry.
Because
yeah. So she's
King g7 was
she's thinking to play g5 or not.
And it's a perfect way to monitor all the games, so we can see which clocks are ticking. And Sarah actually took on a5, but then maybe she accepted that after queen d2, she will take on a3.
Let's check this. So
queen d2 is a double attack.
Bishop g5 played. Rook e1, a natural move. Rook a5, e4. But now everything works. This rook c7 we mentioned. Queen d2, queen s6.
She can take on a3.
Okay, of course. Queen d2. You take with
rook a3.
Yeah.
Queen h6. Bishop b5 was an important inclusion, so she can take the pawn on a3. And how can you defend queen f8 maybe? What do you think?
Queen h4, let's say.
E5, yes, is your threat.
This looks dead lost to me. Knight g5 is coming. I would be very surprised if this doesn't end in like 10-15 moves, because all the position is arranged for white's attack.
For one less blow, yes. Okay, so Sarah goes for rook a3.
So queen s6 will be played. Rook a3 played, queen s6. Although, as I mentioned, she's very talented in terms of creating chances. And I'm curious, maybe once again she can find a way to muddy the water.
Meanwhile, she just played bishop b4. So they're
not repeating, because the rook d1 f3 was played. The moves we mentioned, that she will go for rook d1 f3.
Harika wants to play knight b8, knight c6.
Yeah, but knight b8, bishop d6.
Yes, okay. And if I take on c3, then we trade everything. Yes.
Yeah, and this will be a draw.
So, Alexandra versus Bibisara.
So she played rook c1 and bishop d6 followed.
Maybe king f2 now.
Yeah.
If you no longer have
I agree.
bishop on b7.
Tan is getting seriously long time. She's trying to grasp everything, but the clock is...
You can feel the tension now.
Yeah.
Even in our broadcast room, whenever the players are getting down to their last 5 minutes, anything is possible. So maybe let's focus on this game, because Kateryna Lagno is leading this event, and if she will be able to turn the tables and even win this game, then she will be on +3. Let's put our analysis board here.
5 minutes. G5 coming or not?
Interesting that she's sitting exactly in the position where the Chinese flag is presented in the playing hall. What else if not G5? Because bishop G4 is the threat. So you can take on G4 and then take on F3. This is the turning point of the game, Alojzije. I feel that Kateryna can win this game.
Harika played knight b6, which doesn't allow bishop d6 now, but knight is heading probably to c4. Okay, this is some attempt. King f2 played. Okay, normal move. g4 played by Kosteniuk, and queen h6 by Humpy. King g7, 3 minutes. King g7, still on the board. g5. White is hesitating. Tan is hesitating. She's of course calculating x6, but she's not sure what will happen. Still 2.5 minutes, the clock is ticking. And g5 played in the end. So in the end, g5 came to the board. The best move. And now is Kateryna to play bishop c5, the best move. We have a perfect view of the situation. King f2 will be followed, and then it's black's turn to decide either to go for bishop g4 or bishop h3. Tense moment. King f2, taking a little bit longer than expected. still hesitating. At the same time, c6 was played by Sarasadat, and now I expect h4 to happen. Harika played h5. Kosteniuk went for g4 and bishop takes, which is not an ordinary way to play, but who knows, maybe it will be unpleasant for her opponent. Tan still thinking, king f2 about to happen, but she burned more than 2 minutes, which is a lot in this situation, since there will be a lot of things to calculate later. So she might regret this decision. 1 minute. I don't know what is she up to. Why not king f2? Something bothers her. King f2. She took a glance at clock. 1 minute, less than 1 minute. And now it's serious. If you are below 1 minute, playing only on increment, in this situation, as Almira, you said, Kateryna can win this game.
And king f2 is on the board. If you are tuning in right now, the time control for each game is 1 hour 30 minutes plus 30 seconds for each move, and then an extra 30 minutes is added after the 40th move is completed, with 30 seconds till the end of the game.
Jean-Michel Repair also sensed that this game is getting into severe time trouble. So he took a glance. As I mentioned here, bishop g4 or bishop h3. Now Kateryna will try to figure it out how to proceed. Both moves are appealing, and both moves are her candidate's moves for sure. Bishop g4 is, I would say, more direct in terms of liquidation. Bishop h3 is more adventurous. We will see.
Meanwhile, Sarah played c6 and
and
Humpy went for e5.
e5, and now h4 will follow. If there is nothing else, maybe even rook e4, but even this move can be dangerous. But I think Sarah has an exchange sacrifice in her mind, so that's why stopping that concept, probably h4 works.
Maybe she counts also on bishop d3 and exchanging this powerful bishop on b1.
Okay, yeah.
You need to stop the sacrifice on g6. So h4.
Yeah, but
Maybe
sacrifice doesn't work immediately. King h8. So it's not about sacrificing. It's about increasing the pressure. Yeah, and it's probably, as you mentioned, bishop d3 the follow up. h4 played by Humpy. Bishop takes, rook takes, and then again maybe to push h5, but also knight e4. Okay, she will play queen f8, I guess, queen f4, and we will end up in this position, but it's very unpleasant for Sarah. 4 minutes on the clock, while Koneru is having more time. 9 moves to be played.
And the game between Alexandra and Bibisara has taken a different course. they've changed and now Alexandra played h4.
Yeah, but this concept with g4 and bishop takes g4 doesn't feel right, because I was not sure why she didn't just move on, proceed with this idea you mentioned. So she wanted to play concretely, but now I think the verse is over for Bibisara. Okay, at least the toughest part is gone.
But rook d8, I can play bishop g5 now.
Okay, she will move away the bishop. Then bishop c5 is a threat. And probably you need to stop this. So this is the concept. Lagno is thinking a lot. How is Munguntuul doing? Bishop e2 played. Still in a drawing margin.
Bibisara is down to 3 minutes. Sorry, it was not Bibisara, it was Sarasadat. Because I was looking at Bibisara's game. And then bishop d3 was played.
Yeah. Sensitive situation, what to do. Bishop d3 is a reasonable defense. But after bishop d3, taking a d3 will happen. And then, okay, we have a move. Bishop g4, safer option. Rook takes a8. Bishop takes f3. Everything was calculated.
But will she play rook a5 here? Because you said that...
yeah, rook a5 is an option.
Maybe it's the only way. I don't know. Have we seen something else? Because then...
Okay, it's possible to take on f3, but we concluded that this is
It's
bad.
better, yes.
Yeah, so rook a5 is important touch, but 40 seconds. 46. Maybe we should zoom a bit this board, that you see the clock as well.
So now we know that rook a5 is the move, and she goes for it.
Yes, very good.
Perfect calculation.
We should stick to this board with both cameras. Also, second camera, if we can get to see the players a bit. Yeah, since this is the key game.
Yeah. And what did we analyze? We analyzed
bishop d4, but b5 is also possible.
b5.
b5 to stop the attack.
But then if I take on f3,
okay,
rook
then
e3, that's where we analyze.
Okay,
and king g3.
But b5 is not the move you want to make. I think after rook a5, I think bishop d4 is like much more natural. E takes f3, rook takes, king g3, and we will be in this position, which is not so simple. I was thinking about creating some checkmating nets. Rook e2. Maybe I should start with f5.
Then you will take on f6.
Because, for example, if you play rook sorry, actually you cannot, but let's say that you play something. Can I maybe start threatening something? Maybe I'm dreaming about the checkmating net. But this bishop g4 is like, yeah, it's heading towards liquidation, but it's still messy. She needs to calculate. So rook a5 was a precise, very precise move.
And that was a move which was performed with less than 1 minute on the clock, with 30 seconds on the clock. So I think that she was calculating this line, for such a long time when we were watching. She left herself only a few minutes, but she wanted to be sure that rook a5 works. Can you play bishop b6? Why didn't we try this move?
Okay, it takes rook e5.
Rook e5. Okay, this is the.
But maybe it's also good enough. Rook e5. But then you take and you play bishop e4. Yeah. So no. So I first. Okay, it's still not clear. For example, takes. You go bishop e4. I go bishop c8. Who knows?
Bishop d4.
Bishop b7.
Take on e5.
Okay, start.
Now you can play.
Pushing the pawns or moving the knight. Okay, it's not an easy choice for white. For black. So she has options like bishop b6, bishop d4, b5. Is there any other option?
You can play b6, but then you'll take on c5 probably, yes? And then on f3. Okay, this move loses immediately. So either bishop d4 or bishop b6. And taking on f3 yields black a very comfortable position. So Kateryna will avoid this line. And meanwhile, Humpy is down to her 3 minutes as well. So rook d3, bishop d3, rook d3 was played. All games are incredibly interesting. And Alexandra did play bishop g5, rook b8 was played.
Yeah, I'm following how Koneru is playing all the best moves. Knight e4 was played. Now she's preparing this h5 push, stopping g5 counter play. So Koneru is really doing good. Queen f8 played, as we mentioned, and now queen f4 will follow.
By the way, this is something that I forgot to mention, but Bibisara is actually leading their lifetime scores. So they haven't played so many games, so she managed to beat Alexandra 3 times already. Alexandra won only once, and Tbilisi was their last classical game. So it seems that Bibisara is an uncomfortable opponent for Alexandra. And rook f1.
Let's check. Knight b6 was played here. She wants to go to d5. Okay, still white needs to play precisely. 6 more moves.
What I like about the rook on d3 that you're not allowing me to play neither rook c3, neither rook e3 and transfer it to g3.
Yeah, no rook lift.
So it's important. It's an important defensive resource. So you cannot play h5 here, I think, no? Will you take?
Knight c5. But this is actually a materialistic approach, since she will just take on b7. Knight d5, queen g4. And just catching the pawn, which is also a reasonable decision. Knight's endgame being pawn up, big chances.
So this rook on g3 doesn't look that appealing anymore,
Okay, you're trying to be active.
Yes.
What's going on is Kosteniuk against Assaubayeva.
Yes.
Okay, now main trump of White's play is this h pawn, but I believe that
I feel that Alexandra has misplayed
Yes,
it.
yes. It was not obvious when and where. Okay, we have a move here.
Bishop d4.
We have a draw in Munguntuul, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, the draw was agreed. Second
Yeah, they
draw
were
this
just
round.
repeating the moves. And we have a move here, rook a5, bishop d4.
And once again, a very solid performance for Batkhuyag, and she needs to score 1.5 points. Wait a second. What were the standings for her grandmaster? No, 1 second. She needs.
2.5 out of 3 was no.
It was.
I think now she needs to score two wins.
2 victories. Yes.
Yeah.
She needs to have
So
6 points out
pawn
of
takes
9.
f3 plate, the best move, and then rook e3 will be a follow up. Also, it's possible to play bishop e3. Bishop e3 is more solid. I think this game will now end up in a draw. Almira, bishop e3, king e2, rook will go to e7, and then, for example, rook e5 probably just steers the game to a draw. Maybe king d3 first, and that's about it. Rook e7, the safest option. And now rook e5. Rook e5 just, played. And we will take on e5. Bishop g5, and then either bishop c8 or king d3. It's leading to a draw.
And can Time use this moment while the black king is still on g7 and penetrate on the queen side?
How? So rook
Let's
e5,
rook e5.
pawn takes, bishop g5,
like you said, king d, maybe bishop c8 first.
bishop c8,
weakening this one.
b6.
Let's say maybe this like, can I create something?
No, if I played c5, then it's over.
No, then c5 me.
Yes, it's possible.
And then a4 or queen g3. No, king g3 first and then a4. Are you in time to stop me?
Okay, I will play my bishop. So let's say king f8.
King c4.
I don't know, king e7.
King c5.
King d8.
Okay. Bishop h3.
King c7.
King c7.
Yeah, draw.
Yes, this is enough.
Okay, so she took on e5 and she will play bishop g5. What else?
Can she play bishop b4 here? No?
Bishop f4.
Maybe she's thinking about bishop b4 to
Also
provoke
possible.
e6 and then to take on
Also possible.
g5.
But I don't know, I would take pawn of g5 because then I have h pawn forever. A passer if something goes wrong. She played bishop d4. Hang on.
Wait, but f4?
And then f4. What are we missing? She panicked. She forgot f4. Because what's the point? Anyway, you can play bishop f4.
She forgot about this move f4.
Now she's shocked. King! Really?
Why not f4? I don't understand. What is going on in this game?
This is really strange. Okay, shocked. Now she got a second chance.
But was White winning after f4?
f4 is totally winning. And then again, this stuff with bishop c8.
Yes, and then the king is very close. No, but then now king d3,
king and then come.
e4.
Okay, you need to come inside, but to play this position. And anyway, I can have a3 before. So hang on, let's follow the game. So king d3, crazy events. And actually Tan she was having so much time, but she just played the move instantly. Do we have any optical illusion? c5. Okay, now it's not so simple. Bishop c7, bishop b6, only move.
So bishop c8.
To get rid of the weakness, which is not so hard, but it's also...
But maybe she was afraid of this idea, Kateryna, that white will play c5 and create the pass pawn, but as we saw, black is just in time. But after f4...
I really don't get it, because you're now pawn down. Clear pawn down. What was the idea? I don't know, some b5 or what? a4 I'm just playing, I don't know.
Maybe king f8? Bring the king closer to
Okay, bishop c8.
b6?
Bishop b7, let's say king d3 first.
c5, I need to play maybe.
And then we will end up in this position. Will you make a draw or not? I don't get it. So hang on. Queen d3, we have bishop c7. Okay, I think if she plays now b6, that will lead to a draw.
And Humpy took the pawn on b7.
Humpy took on b7, rook b8 was played, knight will land to d6, and in Kosteniuk against Bibisara, it seemed that Bibisara is very close to a draw. Yeah, what an unexpected event, Almira. I'm not so surprised that Tan got wrong, but she had like 2.5 minutes. That was really surprising, since she had enough time to find everything. So what happened here? Knight c5, not knight d6. Okay. Some cheapos are always welcome.
Yes.
For example, I don't know, just to show the viewers that this is the idea. So that something which Sarah is threatening.
By the way, you would want to play rook e3, but still you have knight e2. Maybe this works. What do you think? Yes?
Yeah, it works. Nice touch. Lagno played
f5,
which is, I guess, the best move. So g takes, king takes, bishop c8, b6, bishop d7. She will start pushing. Bishop c6. Okay, but okay, this is not so easy.
Maybe
I don't know. It should be drawn, but it can be tricky. I don't know.
Maybe you should push.
Yeah, g5, bishop c6, bishop c6, g5, bishop d7. Okay, she needs to come closer with the king.
Let's show king e7 then.
King d7, bishop h3.
Okay, take on c5.
King c5.
What else can you do here?
Okay, now white will start rolling and black will keep the bishop. I think it's draw anyway. I don't know.
4. So it's important to keep the pawns on g5
because
and h5.
King cannot march on the other wing. So this is the case. Rook c2 played by Humpy. Here, bishop c8 played, and b6.
Then Zhongyi reached the time control. Kateryna has one more move to make, but
50 seconds, we expect b6 to happen.
And Sarah just played knight.
Yeah, b6 played in Lagno, so she will be able to, I guess, to draw this one, but let's follow Sarasadat. 40th move just played, and in Bibisara against Alexandra. th move is about to happen.
Well, Alexandra can play bishop g5 back and king where? King h7?
Yeah.
King g7, then maybe rook f6. Can I try this?
Bishop g5,
king h7.
Yes, say rook f6, bishop e7.
Rook h6.
She played king g7, and the time trouble is over. Okay, so let's just check what do we have. Maybe we can go with the camera now to leave this mosaic view and go with the camera around the playing court so you grasp an atmosphere. So bishop g5 played. It seems that Bibisara is getting ready to draw this game, but there will be some issues around. Lagno is about to make a draw with precise play, but the game will last. And in Humpy against Sarasadat, not much has changed. And yeah, now she's a pawn up, but she still needs to find a way how to convert. It's a moment that we make a break, since player will start thinking a bit more, since the time trouble has just finished. So let's come back.
Stay tuned. Yeah. Yes, we will be back.
Welcome to one of the most exclusive rooms in the Monte Carlo casino. This is where high rollers come, gambling with a minimum of €1 million in their own private luxurious room to bet in. They even have a secret entrance, which we are going to show you how to open. Have a secret entryway here so that they can privately enter the suite. It leads into this beautiful waiting room. This is the secret entry. You can see the beautiful wallpaper, the ancient money, the French francs that used to be used, and private elevators for guests to come in with complete secrecy and enjoy their time here in Monaco.
Dear chess friends, welcome back. We took a short break and now we're alive and kicking. Yes, the time trouble is over and we are ready to cover the 7th round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. I wanted to start, Alojzije, with a reference. It's a book by Hemingway, yes, Paris une fête. I wanted to say Monaco is une fête. It's a movable feast if you translate this title into English. So chess is a movable feast. Every tournament is bringing us a lot of joy. We're dancing and singing around, playing chess games, analyzing them, and we are moving to another tournament.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, chess has different faces. Is of course competition, sport, but it's also harmony, art, pleasure of creating something. So yeah, we like to combine it and connect it. You mentioned music and some books, so it's not strange that chess is connected with a lot of positive things.
By the way, maybe tomorrow
you mentioned martial arts a few days before. That chess can also be similar in that way.
No, so maybe tomorrow, yes, I had the thought, maybe tomorrow we'll discuss a few books. Maybe if you have your favorite books, not necessarily chess books, but maybe fiction books, but which have chess as the central theme of the book, or a biography that you love, please bring them online tomorrow. We will discuss. Maybe the same question is valid for you. Alojzije, think about it. So tomorrow we will discuss books that you loved, I love, and it will be another topic for us to bring on the show. But let's analyze the games.
Yeah, so after bishop c7 and b6, which was pushed, okay, we have results, 2 draws, 3 games in progress. But let's discuss Tan versus Lagno. Let's start with the camera on that board. So after bishop c7 and b6, which was pushed by Lagno, then bishop b7, bishop c6 came as a reaction, and now black needs to find a way either to, as you mentioned, Almira, maybe to push.
I haven't seen this, that black can play, because we only analyzed king e7, bringing the king closer to the pawns. But king f5, is it a viable option? King f5, king f4?
It's a race.
So let's calculate.
Let's say, I don't know, b4, king f4,
a4,
yes. h4. Now I must play bishop d7. You take on f3. I play king d5.
Should I?
I'm threatening king c6, so it's best to take, let's say, and then you push. Okay, but this is so tough to analyze,
bishop
to
b8.
calculate. Okay, I can push maybe.
You can even push.
No, because I'm a bit check. Sorry, my bad.
Bishop
so
b8
bishop b8. No, here. Hang on. g4, a6. You mentioned bishop. Maybe bishop f4 is better.
Bishop f4.
Come behind. You push. Check. Let's say.
g3.
And then I can.
f6.
Okay, maybe I should stop with my king somewhere else, but then I cannot push.
But why g2 is not working?
When?
No, here, when we push g3, g2.
It's working. b6, g2 is working. a7, queen, queen, queen. No. Can I do it? Yeah, I can do it. Queen. Engine bar is screaming, but nothing is wrong.
Well, no, but let's just continue this line. It's very interesting yes. So you have a few checks. Where can you go now? You can even take on b6.
Yeah, but anyway, it will be a draw.
But it's a very unusual position.
Yeah, but this is impossible to calculate. So I don't believe that she will.
And she went for our other line. She played g5, yes?
No, she played king f5. Precisely that. Is it possible that she can grasp the details so far in advance?
I'm sure that Kateryna can calculate anything.
Okay, let's check how is Koneru doing, since here something have changed.
So rook c2, but protecting.
She sacrificed on e6, which is a tough decision. Okay, you collected pawns, but okay, interesting. She has 4 pawns, of course, which is huge.
Knight f4? What do you play after knight f4?
Queen g4. Hang on, I'm thinking about something.
You want to take on f3?
Yeah, I want to take on f3.
That doesn't work. I already thought about
Queen d2.
But after taking on f3, maybe I can take on d5 or...
You will take on d5 immediately. Okay, but some ideas with queen h4, rook b2. It can be tricky. So, okay, gf3, let's calculate. And then I play queen d2, maybe even queen h4. This looks also a bit scary, but maybe it's safe for. But come on. No, this looks crazy. So.
But can you play here? No, wait a second. With the knight on g5, wait. Can you come back to this position? Here, so rook f6.
Yeah, but who will calculate? You are allowing this pawn to be taken. I don't believe that someone will go for it. This looks really scary. And white is not threatening even a check. These are computer lines, so I don't believe that this will happen. Even stuff like this. And now engine says everything is fine. I don't believe that this will happen. So after, in this position, this is the position. So rook f3. I think Sarah is thinking about rook f3, and I think this is a good practical choice. And then after rook f3, g takes f3, maybe even queen d2, because on rook f1, knight f4. Here I have rook c8. Yes, so this doesn't work. No, then queen h4 is necessary. And on queen h4, can you play rook c8? Takes, king g7. Queen b7, king h6, and perpetual. Not perpetual, Najiko, sorry, what did I say? I forgot that the rook is here. Najiko. Okay, this is also not easy to see for black, that this is enough. I need to think for a while. Hang on. So rook c8 is a threat, and it can be played after knight f4. Also, white can play rook c8, right? But also queen g4. Looks to me super safe. So rook f3 is something which Sarah is calculating. Will she go for it? She's thinking, she's checking.
Maybe we can have the image of both players. If
But
Humpy is there.
Humpy is not there.
She's waiting for the move.
Yeah, I think she left.
So is there something else? If not knight f4 and
rook f3. This is the only move. Without that move, I think the game will be just lost for black.
Okay, let's calculate it once again. Rook f3.
Rook f3, 2 moves.
We can have queen d5,
Queen d5.
and g takes f3. But you said to me that
Queen
queen
d5,
d5
rook
doesn't
f2
work. Rook f2
immediately is an issue.
Yes, so king e2, rook b2.
Yeah, king f1, rook queen h1, and you don't want to allow this something.
King d3.
Okay,
you
queen
take queen
e1,
e1, of
and
course.
then king runs.
King g7. No, queen d7 you need to play if you want to make a draw, I think. Yes, queen h3.
Yeah, okay.
King g5. The game continues because you don't have queen g3, so you have to play queen e3.
Yeah. King f5. Only black can play for a win. So after queen d5, after rook f3, g takes f and queen h4.
So if queen d5, then knight g5.
Knight g5.
Rook f6, let's continue this one.
Rook f6 only move. Which, as I said, it's not easy to find. Knight h3 and now king g2.
King g2. And if
knight f2 and now some.
But if queen f2, king h3 is simply winning.
Yeah, here I don't see a follow-up, but also needs to be calculated. It's not simple to see that now those checks are leading nowhere. Well, I would try this with black, at least something till this moment. But knight f2, it's even tougher.
But if you're, you queen c2, you have queen e4. Yes, when the king is on f5. Okay, I understand. So I wanted to check a few lines.
And now queen d6 is the move, which is very tough to spot.
Because you want to play rook f8.
Yes, and attacking this one, she didn't take on f3. Now I believe that she won't be able to save the game. She played knight f4. Queen g4 was our main line.
So queen g4 will be played. And what about our endgame? Do we have a move there after king f5?
This one.
No, not
yet.
This one.
And let's check. This guy. It seems that Bibisara managed to defend. So what happened a few moves ago? Bishop e7, rook c2.
Well, she wants it. Alexandra wants to play h6. So you can't stop her, of course. But after h6, you can play king g6 if your rook is on c2, then bishop f5. So you need to move your rook away. Maybe rook c4. No?
Rook c4.
Rook c4 is
main move, h6, king g6.
King g6, yes, I want to play.
Bishop f5. You cannot, you need to come. Because bishop h5, and if he stops.
Okay, then it's.
So king g, bishop e6, so king h8. We found
the square.
We find the square, yes.
So maybe rook c4 is not.
Oh, it's not bad, because now I'm catching the a-pawn.
So king g3.
King g3, rook a4.
And now
Bishop c3, rook a3.
rook f3.
Okay, I will protect. Bishop d6 maybe. Maybe I can even take on b5, but this...
Yes, because you have king h7 and king h6.
Because this check is not possible.
Mm-hmm.
So, Bibisara is about to play a move.
But if not rook c4, can she make like another move? Some rook somewhere. She makes the move, rook c4, h6, and king h8. What do we have after h6, king h8? Can we play bishop f5? Let's continue. h6, king h8, and bishop f5.
Takes.
Okay, now
Bishop c3 probably.
bishop c3, so bishop d6, yes? And I wanted to play rook e2. So
Rook
if
e2, rook h4.
rook h4. Because I was counting on rook a4, f4. I wanted to take on e5, rook e5. Yes, of course. Just for the beauty of it.
But let's go to other games, because here we have our race, but in this game something happened. So rook c8 was played, not queen g4, which is surprising. Respond, and now queen f8 happened. Koneru exchange pair of rooks, which might be a bad idea.
Yeah, now the knight on f4 is actually guarding the pawns in the center. So, and if you take on f8, another knight will come closer to e6. Maybe now you can play queen g4?
Yes. Okay, now maybe black is not unhappy with exchanging the queens. Very good knight on f4.
Can you activate your rook? I don't know, rook b1 or...
Possible. As you mentioned, knight f8.
Yeah, if you establish a blockade there, black will be fine. So how can I push d5 here? Maybe rook d1 was better. I need to play d5 here, but then you will play rook a5.
Okay, I can come back if something is wrong.
Okay, but now I'll play rook b1.
Rook b1, knight f8, you will go rook b5, knight c3, rook b8, king g7, rook b7 maybe, but then my king... Okay, really complicated. And I'm curious about this race since it started, Almira. a4.
Finally, like after 4 hours, Alojzije is getting excited.
Yes, very excited. I'm so curious about
this pawn race. And Kateryna just made the move h4. Yes, because she needs to take the pawn on f3. So this line is forced. King f3 is about to be made.
We will end up in our position. So they're playing like machines. Okay, so she will take on f3. What else?
I had a thought, because of course when you're watching sports games, and especially in basketball, players, all of them, they have nicknames, especially when you're one of the most valuable players, and or you have some special characteristics in your game. So I was thinking that we don't have this in chess. Let's say like crushing Kateryna, or something. So if you have a few nicknames on your mind, yes, or
yeah, they have it in as you mentioned, darts, for example,
everywhere. Like, yes, King f3. So this is a very beautiful presentation. King d5, and Kateryna will have to take on c5. So let's check this line once again. Since King c6 is a very dangerous threat, Black has to take on c5, so King c5, and we analyzed g5, a5, g4. You cannot play b5 here, you need to push a6, and here, yes, I suggested bishop b8, but of course bishop b4 is more precise, so you can give checks from behind, but then b5.
Check.
Yeah,
check immediately,
okay,
maybe.
Check. King c6. Yes, check drags the king to
king
c6.
To c6, yes. Not to b5. That's why maybe you can show this. Yes. This is important. If you don't give check, then after b6 check, I can go king b5, and when you push a6, now it's coming. Okay, no. First, I can say
yes, bishop c6 check.
Yeah, you cannot. You need to lose some time, and then hang on. It's not the point with the check. It's point with the bishop coming. So it's not. You're just opening the square for the bishop. So, but why bishop c6 first is not good? Then h pawn will be pushed. Okay, now I cannot push because check. It's complicated, huh?
So then, how should we start here? Bishop b4 first. b5. So check. King c6. Then g3. Bishop h3 brings nothing because we play g2 anyway. So this bishop. Okay. This is one of the positions that. Yes, we need to show. By the way, it's a nice way to demonstrate that this is a draw, because after king g1, you can't stop this promotion unless you bring the king to h1, and it's going to be, let's say, a stalemate. Let's show. So you're going here. Yeah. The stairs, which is called in Russian, yes, stair mechanism. And then you go to h1, and you cannot bring your queen to your king because it's stalemate.
Yeah, this system, this stairs helps if the pawn is not on h file or a file. But this would be actually the mechanism to provoke king to come in front of the pawn, and then white's king start to approach. So it's a very short line of 65. It's in 65th move, and the game is currently so like 16 more moves. So even not yet. Is it the position?
Not yet. For the moment we have h4 on the board. Yes, and Zhongyi is
so 20 moves ahead. So what's happening here? Bibisara played rook d4, which is a good move. And Humpy, what has happened?
She took on f8 and played knight g5.
Rook a6.
Because she wanted to take on e6 with the rook and blockade the pawns with knight on d5. But now knight d5. e6.
Yeah, here e6. The best move was knight s7. And then black is fine. Now, no need to take this one because of a7, but maybe she blundered that now she can go knight f6, which is not an easy.
And knight a8?
Yeah.
3-7.
for rook a8. So she went for rook a6, and now she's lost.
Because now you can play e6. So
e6 and d5.
Mhm.
And also tactics,
Knight d5.
d6 works in while this is lost, obviously.
And there is knight f7 as well.
King
So
g7,
d6.
knight f7, probably rook b1 even better.
Mhm.
So e6 will be pushed, I guess.
Sarah is looking at us.
e6 coming.
So how it will affect the standings? Let's say if Kateryna draws, so she will be on 4.5. But she didn't play against Humpy. So they will play in the next round. But Kateryna will be white. And the last game, Kateryna will play against Sarasadat. So Kateryna will be on 4.5. Alexandra Goryachkina and Batkhuyag Munguntuul are still half a point away, 4 points. Alexandra Kosteniuk is playing for the moment, but if all the games are going to be drawn, they're going to be on 3.5, and Humpy will leapfrog them and will join Alexandra Goryachkina and Batkhuyag Munguntuul on 4 points. So once again, all of those players are fighting for the podium.
Rook b1 also understandable move. Probably not bad. But more interesting is Tan versus Lagno. What will happen there? Tan is thinking 9 minutes on the clock. Bibisara. Yeah, she actually defended really well. From those unpleasant positions to end up here, it was a super strong effort.
It's still far away from the draw because this pawn on h6 is a very important trump that Alexandra will use. It's a joker, yes?
I understand. But anyway, to come into this position with so many possible obstacles, mistakes, she just played really well.
Alexandra the Warrior. How about this nickname? King f1.
King f1, e4, I guess is the idea. To shut the diagonal, to cut the bishop. So she's counting on that.
And if I play rook f4 there?
King f1, e4, rook f4. Okay, takes, and defend.
And bishop
you
b6.
want to
I want to play bishop b8, yes.
Okay, you can bishop go to a5 in that position and take this one. Hang on. So you go there.
Bishop b8.
King h7. Bishop d8. Let's say bishop d8. It should be draw. King e2.
And where's our board? Yes. Yes. So king h6.
Yeah, it's just. We can go king e3.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you sure that she will evaluate this position as a drawn one? Because before you enter
but
this
now
endgame.
can I give check? Check.
King of 6. King g5.
E3.
e3. Bishop d1.
Bishop c2.
Bishop c2 is bishop b2.
Yeah, some tricks are about to happen.
So, actually, Alojzije, we zoomed into those goodies, and this is the new bag from Fédération Monégasque des Échecs, so which will be distributed, of course, for kids, and which will be seen everywhere.
Nice design, I like it. Marcel Duchamp, yes, a chess player and an artist. All artists.
No, all chess players
Yes.
are artists.
Yeah,
Yes.
and all artists are not chess players.
I think we should bring his work more often to our lives and our screens. I've seen a retrospective of his work in Centre Pompidou.
Yeah, I pay a visit a few times.
And one of the paintings that I like the most from Marcel Duchamp is called The Chess Players. Please find it and enjoy it. I think it's the way he represented the struggle on this painting is simply perfect.
So Bibisara is thinking e4, as I've mentioned, but maybe it's possible also to stay put to wait. Dan is really burning a lot of time, but I would like to praise Kateryna to forcing this line, so she was brave enough to go for this race, which is so hard to calculate.
4 minutes left.
Yeah, she's putting pressure on Tan. I have a feeling that Tan is always in time trouble.
Well, this event is not going her way, but she's actually a very good rapid and blitz player, so it's a clear indicator that she's not in form. She's not in good shape.
Bibisara played bishop c5.
Rook f5, can you play this or not?
I think she missed
no,
bishop
this is
c3. This was maybe missed by her. That after bishop f2, bishop e5, just white wins the promotion.
Oh, we had this line when in our
And
previous
here
version. Bishop d4 she wants to play.
bishop,
But then rook f8.
rook f8 is coming, yes. And even on bishop d8, rook f8. Is it? Am I correct? No, bishop
Oh, you
g7.
can play bishop g7
Yeah.
after check.
This is the only move, and it's draw. Okay, I can play rook f6, of course, which is winning. So bishop c3 might put some pressure on Bibisara to find bishop g6 the only move, which is not so easy. Okay. I can play rook f7. King h5. Okay, also it's possible to take, so I need to take bishop g6, rook g6, and rook a7, let's say. Still, maybe drawn, but I think bishop c3 is a tough challenge in practical play. We have a race, so b5 played. Bishop c3 played by Alexandra. So now I'm curious what will Bibisara do. King d5.
So it's transposes. Kateryna needs to take. Let's see.
Now bishop c5 is the only bc5 is the only move.
Okay, so let's try this one.
So
Bishop
she will
C6.
take, let's say king c6. Okay, but I don't know about this. She needs to calculate this as well. Cannot catch both phones. Bishop f5, h3. Okay, b6. And then I win. And then again g4. Eternal race. Okay, this is maybe a draw. Yeah, it's a draw. Cannot win with the queen and the bishop only. So, king d5.
If you take on c5, I cannot take king c5.
It's possible.
Possible as well.
But then, okay, it's the same position we got. Because there we played.
No, but in that position you already played a4, a5, a6. No? Because now if you play b5, does it change something? Let's say b takes c5.
Because we got this position. Trying to find it. No, not that one. Anyway, I think you must push b5.
No, but let's take on c5. You need to take king c5.
Yeah, but that was also the case. We took. I think it's the same position.
No, because here you can play b6.
Okay.
Because we were analyzing the position.
Okay, we were going to take. Okay.
b6, this one. So you should calculate that. Are you taking here or you're playing bishop f4?
Okay, let's first count. Takes, g3, a5, g2, bishop c6. Yeah, and there's this same thing again. It's a draw.
But if you don't play bishop b6,
then
is white winning or not?
It's winning.
So bishop
but okay,
b6
bishop
is
b6. But bishop b6 is not so hard to calculate. I think it's more hard to calculate those stuff with a pawn. So king c6, more challenging.
But c4.
But this is a bit harder to calculate. But okay. Yeah, c4. So that's why she's thinking she needs to calculate. Bishop g6 played by Bibisara, the best move. So she's doing very well.
And then bishop e5, king h7. Maybe we should try to keep this pawn alive. Maybe bishop g6.
Bishop g6, rook g6. Okay, let's play this.
King f5.
King f5, I take on
Take on
e7.
e7 and a5, yes.
Maybe this is not enough.
So king d6.
Maybe this is not enough.
7.
I just wait. Not possible to win.
So this is a draw as well. But then, if you simply play, you take on g6 and bishop f4. Take.
Rook is
No,
hanging.
rook is
Yeah.
hanging. Yes, I forgot about rook. Okay, rook f7 and king h6.
What's going on is in this game, knight d7 played. Okay, Humpy needs to work.
She played rook c1 here. And why she didn't want to push e6?
I don't know. She's trying to be careful.
If Sarah will stabilize those knights, I don't know how, but e6, knight f6. And then does she need to keep the rook on the 7th rank or not? Let's say if she plays rook b7, just to keep, or king g7. I don't know what is the most useful move here. I want to keep the rook on the 7th.
Okay, rook b7 or king g7, let's say. Rook b7. Rook c6, maybe. King.
King g7 anyways. And rook d6, that's what she wants.
Yeah. And then at some stage she will jump in. Maybe not
so
yet.
if knight 7 b6, now you can play knight f6. Let's say king f7. King f7 is not possible. Knight d8, king g8, and now knight c5.
Yeah, no need. She can come with the king.
But knight c5, you're forced to play rook g7. Just in case, maybe it's...
Okay, yeah, you're right.
It's a worse...
Maybe king h7 was better. But then knight f8. Yeah, now okay, but this is a bad arrangement of the pieces. So rook c1, tough challenge for Sarah.
Okay, then let's start with king g7. I don't know. King g7, rook c6. What can we do? Maybe I can play knight f8 here and rook d7. Maybe this is a more stubborn defense.
Knight
Let me try
f8.
knight f8, yes. So if rook d6, I want to play...
Knight e6 check. Where do you go?
Knight e6? Ah, not here. Knight king g8.
Okay, I don't know if I can play this way.
Rook d6, yes, take. King f7.
Okay, yeah.
King f6.
Was thinking I wanted to go to this side.
Can I check knight f6 here?
Yes. Probably winning for black, for white.
Right. Even this one is winning.
So let's just wait for a second. We have bishop g6 here. King d5 done is on 4 minutes, Lagno on 9, and here 97 played. Okay, Sarah is putting some resistance.
Should we have the same view of all boards and analyzing
exactly.
boards? Yes, because we're getting closer to the end of the games almost everywhere, so we need the view of the whole playing hall. We are missing the key element of our technical team.
Yeah?
Yes, so we can have it for the moment.
electricity, computer, or
Etienne.
or him.
Just like the technological singularity is not yet here. Etienne is needed. Alexandra is trying to find out which version might give her best practical chances in this endgame. Bishop e5 she's going to play anyway, but then
but it was a really good way how Bibisara played this bishop c5, bishop g6. Very good defense. So what will this round change? So Humpy will climb.
oh, we don't know yet. That's what I said.
In this
scenario, if Humpy wins this game, she will join. That's what I previously said. Alexandra Goryachkina and Batkhuyag Munguntuul, and they all will be within half a point. So if Humpy wins, Kateryna Lagno draws, then we will have 3 people chasing her, and Kateryna will be on 4.5, and 3 players will be on 4.5. On 4, sorry. I was looking at the rounds, so thinking it's too much. So 4.5 and 4, and then Alexandra Kosteniuk, yes.
King c6 played.
So c4, yes.
Yeah, now c4 is something which needs to be calculated.
So tomorrow pairings also, just in case, as I said, that Kateryna is playing against Humpy. So we have a direct pairing, which will affect the standings and the podium, of course. Alexandra Goryachkina is playing with the white pieces against Sarasadat, Khademalsharieh. So maybe that's why she decided to keep her energy and to fully concentrate on her last 2 games, but especially that in her last round she's playing with the black pieces against Batkhuyag, but the last round it has different rules, as we know. So I think that her tournament strategy now is concentrated on those 2 rounds, while Alexandra Kosteniuk will face with the black pieces Harika Dronavalli, and Zhongyi will play against Bibisara with black. Etienne, we were missing you.
Maybe not him.
The board.
Maybe not him, but his production. Yeah.
No, all boards, and yes, the analysis, because only a few minutes are left.
Yes.
And the analysis board, just in case.
Yeah, Lagno went for it. She plays c4, c3,
and
bishop c6 played. King f2 will be played.
So what does she want? She wants to enter this endgame with an extra bishop on c6. It's interesting. Okay, let's try king f2 after
king
b6.
f2, b6, c2,
c2, b7,
c1. We mentioned this
d8.
already. d8. That is queen f4. takes,
G4.
G4. I don't know, maybe I can start with...
G2?
No, I cannot because you sacrifice. I must play.
H3 is necessary. Then.
Yeah, and you cannot win only with the bishop, but it's scary because Queen A7 forces you to play this, and these are like only moves, but maybe they're enough. And I don't know, is there an option to switch to something else? I guess not. Yeah, I must play this pawn push, and it's not easy to calculate all those details here. Somehow it seems to me that Humpy is not improving her position enough. Now I'm not so sure that she will win this game, because still it's sort of winning, but I don't see that she's making a progress. Here we have a move in Kosteniuk. Bishop e5, king h7 will happen.
Also either rook f7 or bishop f4.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, not bishop f4. We were analyzing rook f6, so rook f7 or rook f6. I keep forgetting that our rook is under attack. Alexandra's rook is under attack, so we need to make a move. Rook f7 or rook f6. And Humpy just played knight e6.
You see 4 pawns for a piece, and still it's not easy to break through. b6 played. I believe in pieces. How Bobby Fischer said, I don't believe in psychology, I believe in good moves, but I can say I don't believe in pawns, I believe in pieces. Queen f4. But this is really hard to calculate so far in advance. So big kudos to both of them. Very, very impressive. Queen f4, check.
But if she doesn't play queen f4, she makes another move. Something like g4.
And then white will start checking. So queen f4 is the best move. King b7. And now she can think about something else. Maybe queen b4. But she will calculate, I think, that she promotes to g1. While at the same time we have a move here. Rook g2, which doesn't seem like changing the assessment. She can take king h6, and we will end up in the position we were talking about, since this is hang on, I cannot play king c8 because of nice trick b5. So I need to climb.
B7.
It will be 7. So I need to climb differently and wait. But king c3, king b4. Hang on. I must play bishop d4. This is not so easy. So that's why I should maybe here play this bishop e7 and bishop e8. Shouldering. Maybe king d5 even better. And king d6 and okay.
But wait, bishop b8, king d6, yes?
King d7.
King d5.
Wait.
And you wait.
This should be a draw. What happened? So Lagno exchanged the queens and pushed g4. Fantastically calculated. a5, g4, a3, g2, queen. I cannot play g2. I need to push h3 first. Now the only move is h3. Correct. a7, g2. So they're calculating fascinating. Then I'm curious why they have the not so high rating as someone would expect it. What's the reason?
The reason is that I'm not sure how you are going to do it for kids. And prepare for your events. You know, when I asked Kateryna a few years ago, by the way, if she considers herself more a chess player or mother, and she said that it's not even a choice, that mother comes first. Yeah, but in terms, let's say, so like strong part of the game is calculation. So which is like a part which is not for 26 above level, because I think this calculation part is 2600 level. So something is actually not on that level. So as you mentioned, maybe that's opening, or maybe some patience in the games trying to maybe to find a way how to put the pressure on opponent, or maybe be a little bit more I think
tricky. I don't know.
I think that chess tournaments are really physically exhausting. So you are always put to a test, and your endurance is very important. So I think that's why they cannot perform stable all the time, being stable all the time.
Okay, so they have more bad tournaments than someone from 2600 would have. So this is the point.
So g1 queen and queen a7. Yes, we mentioned. King f1 and bishop b5, king g2.
Yeah, she calculated beautifully. Everything is now working fine for black. Superb calculation, king f1. Very impressed by the way how she calculated everything till the end. And now
this is 7th round, but Kateryna played the best chess in this event so far, and she is leading the tournament. This is well deserved. So queen h8, where does she want to go? Oh, it's queen a1, by the way. It's queen a1, king f2, and then maybe queen d4, king f1. This is what happened. King f1. Have to be careful. What else can we do here? We can do bishop b5 here.
And now it's over. When king comes to edge, king comes to the h2 square, queen g3 is always safe research. Here, Okay, she needs to calculate now to exchange on g2 and then bishop d8, bishop to d8, or this race we were talking about. So it's also an interesting moment, but let's stay with Tan against Lagno.
This is what you need to do to make a draw in chess.
No, I'm very impressed. Because I can imagine myself being in that position and sweating and trying to find all those details and calculate. I would be very proud to calculate till this moment. So big kudos. Very tense. But as I said, maybe my quality would be that I would invest a little bit more energy in this. I think that they are superbly playing where things are already defined, but maybe a little bit more energy prior to that, maybe that knight fd7, because she's able to find those moves. She's very strong. She can find it. So probably she's not investing there her whole energy, but when the game is already developed, she's playing 26 above. So maybe that first part of the game, phase of the game, should maybe some energy, additional energy, be present. Because here we cannot say anything from like 15 moves or 20 moves of perfect play. Both. So I believe that 27-50 they wouldn't find anything else. So for me this is really impressive. But I know some stronger players would have found that knight f to d7, maybe something else.
So maybe let's get back to Humpy's game.
Okay, I'm just trying to check how Bibisara will now draw that game. So maybe I would like to see the camera as well, because it's not so obvious. So will she transfer the bishop to d8? Will she go both? Probably both.
So Alexandra is postponing taking on a7, and if you play king d7, king d5.
Probably
but
both.
then you cannot take, can you?
When?
Or we will enter the same variation.
King d5.
Yes, king d5. So if you take here on a7.
Yeah, now it's not possible to take, because bishop is okay. It's possible, but king c7 and king b7.
No, then let's have a look at king d5 first. And
king c8. If you go, I need to move the king, but then it's over, right? So I think she should have taken before, because in this moment, if you take, you're combining. Let's say here, you're combining this with this motive, a5. And here it's too late.
And king d7, you take on b6.
Yeah. So now it's too late, so I'm not sure what is her plan, because now king c8 and king b7. She wants to push a5? No, but she's maybe thinking about that. So let's say bishop h2, if you go king b7, a5. But a6. So it's a draw. King d5 played.
King c8.
King c8. Bishop e5. Very impressive defense by Bibisara. She didn't know the theory. She was surprised by Alexandra's before, but then later she really fought like a lion. Very good. Bishop e5 played, king b7, I guess, and a6. She just calculating this king b7. a5, a6. Yeah, and a6 will be the last move. Yeah, that's it. We can go full screen with the camera, since we have a handshake. Very, very good game. Alexandra can be unhappy because she was pressing right out of the opening, but Bibisara was fighting.
But I think that Alexandra will nurture a few regrets today because she had such a promising position out of the opening.
Very impressive b4 and everything. But it's that sometimes it's a problem with you have so many choices, and it looked really promising in many ways. We can go to c1, d1, push g4. Okay, so we have two boards, and maybe we can have two cameras, or maybe on two boards.
And the one board in the middle, yes? So maybe let's switch for the
but we will have
with
the camera, I guess, in Lagno, so we can also go full screen to Lagno turn, because I do expect a handshake coming. So let's go full screen with the camera. Here also to see the players. Yeah, black is just moving around with the king. 63 moves. Tan again, her moves average is what? More than 60 moves? But this is typical game. If you recall, Almira, what I've said, that she will take this opportunity as it's some kind of world championship match game. And actually what she got from the opposite side was exactly that. Opponent who was playing very well, calculating very well, so it resembles world championship match.
Kateryna played king g3. At some point I was not even sure, which side of the board we were at. Queen h8, queen a1, because I was looking from Kateryna's side and from Tang's side. But
very impressive performance.
Queen d6 can be played here, yes. A lot of checks are available, of course, but this position is drawn.
Check.
And g5, then now the king actually may go to h2. King f2, of course, is also possible, but king h2, queen f4,
yeah,
and
they
then
cannot just win
queen
with,
g3.
yeah. But it's also understandable that she doesn't want to hurry. Sometimes it's not just rechecking, sometimes it's also thinking about something what just happened, because adrenaline now is lower than before, so
Maybe sometimes what differentiates the players is also your ability to handle pressure, and to perform during those circumstances.
Yeah, because so you're working on chess. That usually means working on endgames, I don't know, some calculations, strategical books in theory. But then also this way how you handle opponent aggressive play, I don't know, players who are not allowing you any counterplay, a tough calculation where you need to calculate sometimes above your horizon. As you mentioned, all those things, because you can make just 40, 50 good moves and one slip, and that's basically it. You're losing a game. As a kid, I had an issue with aggressive play of my opponent, but when you're experienced, for example, also you have it in other sports, maybe in boxing, in football, you're playing some important match in some other city, and the crowd is strong. So, like experienced players who handle this many times, they know 10 minutes will be tough, but just hold and we'll get our time to play it. So I think this, as you mentioned, yeah, this is also important. So chess has so many different aspects, exactly. Memory and all those things.
Yes, we need the game between Humpy and Sarah. What is happening there?
Yeah,
by the way? Okay, now we have
now it's a moment that we jump there.
We have both games.
So Humpy exchanged pair of knights, but then Sarah, as I said a few times already, she has this talent to create problems to her opponent, because sometimes you're still lost. They call this trend, but when your opponent starts making maybe unpleasant moves and realize that she's making mistakes, then can maybe boost your confidence. So it's important to offer your opponent possibilities which you think will be the toughest.
Sarah has a talent to make your life difficult.
Yes, actually, but I think this is very important, because also that can secure you like few additional additional points, rating, results, maybe even some norms you're getting.
97 is played. It's a very good move.
And this ability, because if you have some holes in your game, and you keep this ability that you are searching for chances, you're a fighter, then of course in future you will be even more dangerous. So I see that aspect, that she has this talent for creating problems, very important. Because there are some players who cannot do it. When they are lost, they lose confidence, and that's it.
But Alojzije here, after knight g5, will they repeat?
Because she will play king g4, I guess.
So she goes knight g5.
And then she will try to come to
king g4, king g6.
Rook h2 she will try to play, but then king a7 allows maybe king f5, because you cannot take, if I'm correct. So maybe she will try to sneak king g4, yes. I think king g6, rook h2. Sarah is really long time, they're both long time. So maybe it's a moment that we have camera full screen with the board, because you will maybe see the clock as well. Viewers with not just the camera of this game, because Lagno, I think it's not so important. We will update you that this game will end up in a draw. Yeah, with the board, so that people can see the exact position. Maybe even zoom it a little bit. What do you think, Almira?
The exact number of seconds, I think that you were hoping for this.
Yes. So we are 1 minute. Yeah. Very good. A little bit more. And I think we will have a clear picture of the clock situation. Yeah, that's very nice.
We started the 6 hour of play. And it's been a nerve-wracking battle for both players. Sarah was defending like the whole game, by the way. She was worse and she was defending resourcefully. And
I don't know which gives you more pleasure, when you save lost position or when you like win tough technical position to convert. Because I have a feeling that people somehow have this better feeling for saving, and they say, bravo, what you did was tremendous effort, and so on. People tend to praise a little bit more, I would say.
Well, because we always remember, like the human being tend to remember those difficult moments. You know, when you won a technical game, okay, nothing really happened. But when you save something difficult, it's something that divine happened, you know.
But also when you lost, let's say, let's maybe change my approach regarding Humpy. She can, of course, you're feeling bad setback, but after the tournament, so you're easily outplaying 24-50 opponent. So that means that something is good in your preparation, in the quality of play, and next time maybe if you be a little bit more focused with energy, and you will win the games. While Sarah, that means, okay, my openings are not good, I need to work hard to improve it. So that info might be later after the tournament more positive for Humpy than Sarah, but the result is equal.
H7 was played rook G1 or rook H1?
I have that question. I don't know the answer, Almira. Probably. It's tough. It's
because
really tough.
Rook H1, what's she going to play? Rook A2? King F5?
Rook A2 is tough trick. She will abandon the...
King F5, maybe? Rook H1 is played, so can you play King F5 here? It will not bring you anything.
97 checks. No, Rook A2, you're right. Rook A2 is the best move.
No, but 97, then I can play King E4 and D5 if you take on H7. That's all I want.
But then Rook H4?
Rook H4 first.
I can maybe... I was thinking to play this kind of stuff. So what did she do? Rook A2. The problem is also that they need to write moves, because if you are in this blitz mode, on rapid mode, then I don't know, sometimes writing moves
can
distracts you. Distracts you a bit. Good move. Okay, she could have gone differently to take immediately Rook H7 maybe, and then, but I don't know.
But it's the same. I think Rook A7 and D5.
Okay, she is postponing.
We will reach this position anyway, so Rook A7. Maybe she wants to play King E6.
No, but she must take.
She must take?
Yeah. And D5 moved the... So Rook H7, D5, move the king. I don't know, king.
I would be scared here.
Because there will be Rook G7 check. So King G8, let's say. D6, Rook G7. And then you need to be careful. You need to be careful where will you stand.
King H3?
King H3 or King H5 and then some... No, King H3 and then Knight. But I can maybe repeat the moves.
You see, I told you, I think that she wanted to play King E6.
Okay.
D5.
But now she's lost.
How?
F4 wins.
You can take, and Humpy finds it immediately, so Rook H7 is no longer possible. You will play F5.
And F6. Oof.
And she no longer has this rook
What a
G7
drama.
check.
Now she will realize that she's losing.
15 seconds. And rook h7 is the only move. Maybe you can give check, rook g1.
King f3 and go back.
Yes, and go back, rook h1.
4 seconds. Played on the last second. Play on the last second, but anyway, f5.
Right now is winning.
Last second. She wants to take on f5 and on d4. Is this the concept? f5, check, knight takes, sacrifice the rook. So maybe she wants to do this. But king f4.
King f4.
Yes, and Humpy is about to win the game.
As you said, Sarah defended resourcefully the whole game, but one slip is sufficient, yes, to lose. It's a very dramatic end to this game.
3 seconds, played on last 3 seconds, rook takes, and knight d4, king f4, and that's it. She just loses. King f4 only move. Everything else is drawn. It's interesting that this position is drawn. And you cannot move on.
Because you need to have rook d7, yes? That's why. Because if you play king f4...
King f4,
so
king d5, and now
d7.
if...
No,
why?
No, that's it.
Yeah, but why if I don't have...
No, I mean...
Rook f5, rook h5 played.
You're
king
scared.
d5, king d5 is a draw.
But why is it a draw?
Come on! Rook h5 played, king d5 draw. Will she find it? 50 seconds. King d5.
King f4. Okay, let's continue.
96.
You want she resigned.
She resigned. Hang on. Drawn positions. King d5. King e4, knight e6, and you cannot come to f5 because of knight g7. So you need to go to e3, and it's a draw. You cannot make a progress.
You cannot keep the rook on the fifth. Yes, on the fifth rank.
She resigned drawn position. Oh, I don't know who will tell her that.
Oh, no, this is a horrible situation.
She resigned drawn position. What a scene. King d5. I once resigned drawn position, but my clock was ticking. I was last second, but I resigned. I didn't have time. This is really... I can imagine Charlize when we will have some headline, resigned in the draw position. What a scene.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Can we check this once again? King
d5.
Yes.
I'm shocked. So rook h5 played. King d5.
So king f4.
King f4. Is this forced? Yes. What to do? If you go
knight e6.
Knight e6, and I'm just chasing. So you need to go king f4, knight e6.
You cannot play king f5, and then king e3.
King f5, knight g7, king e3.
And knight g7 chasing the... So if you play rook h7, knight e6 back.
Yes.
And rook h5, knight g7.
What has just happened? Okay, chess can be brutal. Chess is really brutal sometimes. I've been in those situation. I know exactly how she feels. I guess, Almira, you're the same. So chess can be really, really brutal because she was fighting for 5 hours. She was dead lost, finding the only resources, and suddenly in the drone position, she resigned. Okay, what to do? That's actually story of the round. But also we have some other things. Humpy did a really great stuff in the opening and in the early middle game and later. Here we have fantastic fight still in progress. Let's put an emphasis on that. Let's go full screen, because now you will grasp the situation even without the board. So let's go full screen. Etienne is also shocked, but we got it. We can do it without the board because I believe that people will grasp the situation without having a board. No need for that. Yes, checks. At some moment, Almira, I felt I'm commentating a rapid event and blitz. Checks.
What I don't understand is why they're still playing.
Okay.
Because you can't win the queen and the bishop. Unless your opponent simply blunders the queen. So I'm trying to find what can be White's idea, but Kateryna will continue checking. Do need to count the 50 moves, Alojzije.
All arbiters 75, huh? They can interfere.
But what a dramatic turn of events once again. The tables have turned, and Sarah has suffered another defeat. Yesterday she lost as well.
But she's a fighter. She's fighting back. I recall we were commentating together, Almira, European Rapid and Blitz. She suffered there some painful losses. But for example, she was playing very well in Global Chess League under heavy pressure. So
But those are rapid events once again. Yeah. But tomorrow she will need to face Alexandra Goryachkina with black and find an opening.
Yeah, but from some historical similar situations that some players were completely out of shape, or let's say suffering some losses, and then fighting back with unexpected win against favorites. So who knows? It's tough for her at the moment, but she's capable to fight back. I think what is important for her that not to try to think about that this is a process. So I burned my chances here, but each game is helping me in next 3-4 years to come to very top. And then if you consider this as a process, not as a particular tournament failure, but as a long-term process, then as I mentioned a few times, chess is tough, and you just learn that it's something which happens to everyone. How many moves? Okay, so you mentioned the pawn was taken. Okay, only a few moves ago. So they just made 6 moves. Okay, since not much is happening, maybe we don't need clock. We can a little bit move away, out-zoom the camera to see the faces as well. Maybe. Yeah, we can out-zoom it even more because now it's not so important. I think everyone understand what's going on. We forgot this draw of Paehtz and Goryachkina with Almira with so many dramatic stuff. Yeah, as I mentioned, this tournament is super high in terms of fighting spirit. You're speechless, huh?
Yes, I'm speechless because I'm still thinking about this moment. I know how difficult it must be for Sarah because she might not know yet that, that position was drawn. Very often, when I come back and I analyze my game, only later I find out that there were a few resources or that you discover that the position was drawn or your evaluation was completely wrong. One of the latest discoveries was that I lack practice, of course, but whenever I think that my position is slightly better, computer always proves me wrong. So I can see that this lack of practice actually affects the this of like assessment. It's off, and it's very important to play more in order like to evaluate and to assess the positions correctly. Ken has nowhere to go.
Yeah.
No, I mean movie night, because she's just playing. She's not demonstrating that she's trying to play for a win. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, if this would be like martial arts or handball, referee will say passive play.
Queen e5 was played, and now you have the chief arbiter on your screen.
Yes.
Stefan Eskafo. But he knows that he can't intervene. That's not.
You can only after 75 moves. Yeah, I think now it's a bit strange to play. No need to play this position.
Kateryna is going to have the white pieces, yes, against Humpy. That'll be another clash of the titans. And Bibisara will take on Zhongyi with the white pieces tomorrow. Not an easy round. Alexander Dmitrievich. It reminds me of one of my favorite songs by King. Yes. Just another day, nothing in my way. I don't wanna go, I don't wanna stay. So there's nothing left to say. And we are speechless. By the way, what is your favorite song? Do you have a few?
Favorite song? I don't have it, but I have my playlist. When I lose a game, and if it's tragical, for example, Sarah, so my system was that you need to suffer, but only today. It's normal that you are feeling sad, but only for today, because tomorrow is the next round. So as a professional, tomorrow you should be ready for fight. Today, you can really feel bad. So I had this
Today
play
the
song.
world can
Yes, no, you
crumble.
you can suffer, you can be sad, but only today. When you wake up tomorrow, that's it. Forget about the game. When the tournament is in progress, when the tournament finishes, you can discuss. You can think about improvement. But when the tournament is in progress, you should only think about your next game. And so I had a playlist. And usually playlist is, for example, Guns N' Roses, Don't You Cry. Then Why Does My Heart Feel Bad, Moby. then Everybody Hurts, R.E.M. Then My Way, of course, Sinatra and Elvis, for example. And I had some songs I'm trying to recall. And that was my usually playlist. And actually I miss it a bit because I'm not a player any long. So I miss this feeling when I'm alone in my room and you just put this music and you think that your whole world will crash and crashed. But when you are a little bit older with the wisdom, you realize that actually also was a normal feeling because you're athlete, I would say like blessed that you're feeling this, because some people, they don't have anything in their life in terms of adrenaline and everything. So that's also nice part of life, although it sounds like horrible and tough and so on.
But defeats are devastating.
But you have the chance to fight, to compete. It's not like a copy-paste routine in your life. So it's also nice role.
By the way, did you know that on the second floor of Novotel there is a karaoke? I found out it today. So, Boyana Bejatovic, fair play officer, is on your screen right now. And you can see the detector, which is right in front of her computer. A few detectors, by the way, on your left, on your right. And she's checking everything.
They call this?
3 detectors.
Geiger measuring radiation, as well. Okay, I would like to know, is there some radiation around? Just to learn, are we safe, Almira? Okay, what to do? We need now to have fun, because this game will last forever in completely drawn position.
I was not sure if you've lost everyone, like, start to have these crazy laughs. Les fous rires in French.
But there is one song, I think, which says that when everything is wrong, turn on the sad songs. Okay, so let's check. I think this is completely unnecessary, but because I think as a chess grandmaster and potential and and world champion, you also you also are carrying some responsibility. But okay, that's just my opinion. Of course, according to the rules, everything is fine with playing, but yeah, here really nothing cannot happen, and we all know this. So only 20 moves have been played, so 50 more. Anything interesting in chat, Almira? Are people having fun?
They are asking if we might have Humpy's interview today, but I'm not sure, because the round was lasted for more than 5 hours. So I think that Humpy left. Otherwise, then
yeah,
a lot of messages supporting players.
Different part of the world. I've noticed we have Asia, America, South America, Europe. Also, if I notice correctly, even Africa.
And the Australians are waking up, so they can join our stream right now. For a few minutes, I hope.
Yeah.
This is a time for another story.
People are waking up for chess, and sometimes I'm following tennis, because you have now South America tennis tournaments, and I'm following Rio and something, Acapulco now in Mexico.
If you wouldn't have seen the position and I just glanced at that, you would be under the impression that she's playing some sharp ray dragon line, She's fully concentrated.
It would be curious to see, because now with all those databases, it's possible to check, for example, queen and the bishop against queen, and who tried this, because I'm pretty sure that if you check in the database and the level of players ending up in this position, how many of them tried this? I don't believe that it's a huge number. I would say that in grandmaster practice that no one tried it. But as I said, it's according to the rules. Of course, it's possible, but we know that nothing can happen in this game. Is it a moment that we discuss a little bit tomorrow's pairings?
I mentioned this already. So we know that Alexandra Goryachkina is playing with the white against Sara. Then Kateryna will be playing against Humpy. Bibisara against Tan. Harika against Alexandra Kosteniuk, and Elisabeth Paehtz against Batkhuyag Munguntuul.
In terms of, I would say, some potential decisive round, decisive results round, I think we have quite good pairings, because basically all the games will have some profile to push. Goryachkina against Sara, it's obvious. Lagno being white, she's also trying to collect as much as possible, not to be catched. Bibisara also, she's fighting. Harika trying to get the first win. Elisabeth now relaxed, so I rested. I believe that very grateful round.
And then the last round, yes.
Last round, just to update our viewers, that last round is starting 1 hour earlier.
Because the closing ceremony will also take place on that day, on the 27th of February. And we will start 1 hour early and not at 10 or 11. By the way, this was one of the rules that I've always was fighting against, but somehow during competitions, especially at the Olympiad, where we're playing for the medals and all the results are important, the rounds are pushed to 11 in the morning.
But this is typical in chess world as well. For example, closing ceremonies in open tournaments and people just disappearing, running. But actually, I know many of players, they don't have anything to do, but that feeling to run immediately up, even during the round, this is typical. Sometimes in open tournaments, also the whole organizational team, arbiters, everyone is immediately you're playing a game, but they're collecting chess sets. Everyone is running, but basically no one is running anyway.
Yes, but like any detail can affect your results and your mood and your performance, but moving the game from 3 to 11, sometimes 10 or even 9 in the morning can change everything.
What was played? I missed.
So that's what I said. Maybe that's the time for another of your stories.
My stories?
Yes.
I don't know, frankly speaking.
No, I mean from the past. Like, for example, if there was a situation where there was such a long game, if you can remember the story.
Actually, my longest game was, I mentioned this in Moscow. I played Arifot Open, and I played against Zhongyi Chao, and 7.5 hours. And when I finished my game, actually, Almira, if you would ask me name of my parents, I'm not sure that I would be capable to say. And the thing is, that feeling when everyone left, of course, dinner has long be gone, and yeah, but I managed to make a draw. So that was like a positive spirit. Have you played adjourned tournaments with adjourned games? And how was that experience? I was playing the tournament, but I never adjourned the game.
No, yes, I actually enjoyed it very much because at that time the computer programs and the engines, they were not developed at all. No one had a computer, so we analyzed sometimes the whole night. And this feeling that you get that you're getting closer to the truth, but you will still have to play the game and to make just the best move after you will find out what was the sealed move in the envelope, and just to figure out what are the possibilities. It was something that I really enjoyed. And I just found out that the longest tournament chess game,
260 or something.
Actually is 269 moves, Nikolai Charsovic, which was played in Belgrade in 1989. And the game ended in a draw after over 20 hours of play. So I just...
But I think that recently someone wanted to have some fun and said that this record was broken. maybe a few months ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah, but I know about that.
But was this game adjourned?
Yes, I think it was. They played for 3 days, something like this. But there was a famous story from Croatian Youth Championship when one coach asked the student, arbiter asked, a very known arbiter, asked the student, okay, so how was your game? You adjourned the game, so how was your game today? And what you are planning next to play? You sealed the move in the envelope, and tomorrow you will start from that position. He said, how do you mean seal the move? He didn't write anything. He just closed the envelope without the move. and then the arbiter said, okay, you only have one chance to chase your opponent and to offer a draw somehow, trying to threaten him that you sealed the best move in the envelope. But I think there was some famous adjourned games. Bobby Fischer was playing some of them, like Siegen Olympiad 70.
Interesting fact, if we are just having a hypothesis, pure abstractly, so the longest possible chess game can last, because I just found out, for more than 8,800 moves. So it can be, because this number was produced according to a Monte Carlo simulation, and we are now in Monaco, by the way. So this is, it's a mathematical model, which is predicting probable outcomes, which can occur in a system. So I'm really surprised to have this number. But we are approaching this slowly in this game.
Okay, that's a nice touch. Bravo. Let's have a word. Bravo, Lagno. Fantastic. Stalemate. Bravo. Awesome. I love it. Stalemate motive. Brilliant. Queen e3. Brilliant. I love it.
So this,
you're not sharing the same pleasure as I do about this aesthetic idea.
No,
stalemate.
I like it very much. It seems that
let's get a board to show just to viewers.
That time she was very disappointed.
Yeah, she wanted to move forward. Is Etienne still here? Yes. So Queen e3. Nice idea. Forcing the queen's exchange, and after queen exchange there is a stalemate because all the squares are controlled by Lagno, and very nice touch, final touch of today's round, today's game and today's round. And I think Almira, that viewers can be happy with so many interesting moments today.
Yes, maybe let's have a look at the standings. This was the last game of the seventh round. And we have 2 decisive games and 3 draws. Or
yes.
4 draws. No, we have 4 draws and
4 draws and
one decisive.
Win. So Lagno is still leading the field. And we have
Humpy Koneru, who got closer.
Yes.
Humpy is on 4 points out of 7. And
together with Goryachkina.
Yes, together with Alexandra Goryachkina and Batkhuyag Munguntuul.
Yes.
Who is holding her own, and tomorrow she will play with the black pieces against Elisabeth Paehtz.
Penultimate round approaching, a lot of interesting things ahead of us.
2 players on 3.5, 2 former world champions, Alexandra Kosteniuk and Zhongyi. So let's call it a day.
Yes, let's finish our today's super interesting round. and looking forward to another interesting day tomorrow. Yeah, he likes to switch to us at the end without the reason, but greetings once again from us.
Yes, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.